from the deputation, and I'll also sit back from the information item when we discuss that later today. And I'll take no part in that discussion.
Thank you. Recording device, we're being zoomed and live streamed. Do we have any urgent business? So at this stage, I'd like to welcome Richard Top, as he's the Hardin Waikato Memorial project. Richard's going to talk to us about their project for 10 minutes, and then we'll ask questions of clarification if we have any. So welcome, Richard. I'm sure.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And look, thanks for your time to outline the benefits of this project. I'm a trustee of the Hardin Waikato Community Trust, as is Mary, so she's stepping aside. And at this stage, that we are the entity over the existing First World War Memorial Trust that exists up there at the moment. Just out of interest, a show of hands, who has not seen the First World War memorial that's there now? Anyone? Okay, so you pretty much you've all seen and you know what we're talking about is the extension of that memorial to include the Second World War trees and plinths. Just a bit of very quick history. Back in 2015, we had the 100-year horse ride from Peaks to Waikari Village Green, and I think that commemorated the centennial of the Anzacs landing at Gallipoli, and that was a very well wonderful sort of an event for the community. And I think Waikari has seen as many people there as since the day Monty drove through after the war. So it was a very well supported event. So in 3 years after that, of course, was going to be the centennial of the end of the First World War, the armistice, which was an opportunity not to be missed. And the 53 oak trees that were already there, we had to sort of feel we could use them somehow to commemorate that event. So the trust applied for money, for funding, for the plinths and the barks and all that sort of thing. So that went ahead, which was great. Since then, it's been hugely popular. Feedback over the years, which I've had personally, is just overwhelming. For example, I've heard from one of the residents nearby, said they saw a car pull up, the guy pulled out with a bugle, stood next to his relative or who it was and played that last post, got his car, drove off. So, this thing affects a lot of people in a lot of different ways, which is very commendable. It's a great asset for our district, certainly for our community. It's a lovely drive going into driving into Hardin now, so we hope to continue that and make it just as nice between every year, a couple of weeks before Anzac Day, we have a volunteer who adorn each plinth with some crocheted poppies. And for years they were just one single poppy, but now they've linked 4 of them together and festooned them over each plinth. And I just see them dressed up with these things. They do look outstanding. Right from the start, the Second World War extension was always going to happen, because you can't celebrate and commemorate one war without doing the Second World War. I mean, one's not any less important than the other. So right from the very, very start, that was always the plan. And the community had known about that. So they're expecting it. And if this extension was not to happen, and this, then the chain is too short and the connection is not made. Our community up there are 2 townships, Hardin and Waikari, but we are one community. So it's important that the link is made. The extension does not inhibit any movement by anyone or anything. It doesn't inhibit any access to anyone's property. It also, there is no frost hazard being on the west side and the south side. So that's not even an issue. Being a living memorial, it has a bit of a specialness about it. It makes people think as they drive past. It's not like a normal cenotaph in every other township up and down the country. Drive in, oh yeah, there's the old war memorial. This is a living memorial. So people question what it's for, why is it there? They'll stop, have a look, and sort of appreciate it. And it makes people think. It's heritage within our community. It's recognised locally and nationally. I've had people ring me asking questions about it from the North Island. And on the eve of the centennial, the end of the First World War, TV1 came and interviewed me, and there was a thing on the TV that's before the centennial of this armistice. And I believe it's, because it's living, I feel it has a soul. So it's just a bit different to all the other bits and pieces. But I'm just a volunteer, and I just want to do something good for our community. Happy to do the work. I'm happy to raise funds to fund this, establishing this thing, and do all the research. I've got the support of our community behind us, and more importantly, I've got the ghosts of 27 fallen soldiers standing behind me. They fought for us, and I'm here today fighting for them. So, you know, and my ammunition case is getting lower. So, you know, I urge the council to do the voodoo that you can do to make this happen. So again, look, thanks for your time. I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you may have.
I might just point out, Richard, I should have done today. Richard's talking to, obviously, to the report that comes page 82 to 90. So for 125 those might further questions. But do you have any questions for Richard?
Thank you for the wonderful. Just that I heard that a couple of years ago some of the trees were damaged when they were trimmed back by main power. Have they been, has that situation been remedied, and is there a risk in going into the future for more damage to the trees or them being in the way of road improvements or services and anything else like that, apart from the water?
Yeah, the tree you're talking about here, the main power had that trim, and it possibly could be an issue in the future with those power wires going from the road to that residence. So they, unfortunately, the tree is right under the power wire. So that's probably needed to be trimmed. Second part of the question, will the trees be in the way of thing? The garden club, who originally planted Alistair Neil, he left money in his will to the garden club, and it was, they could decide what they chose to do with that money. They chose to plant those original trees, which they did, and so in theory they own those trees, so they've taken responsibility. Oh gosh, I don't know, a few years ago our trust funded an arborist to go along and prune them. And they're due for that again. The garden club is raising money to do that, and they have raised $7,000 from arborist. So we have a meeting, a trust meeting on the 7th of next month, and we will discuss this, and we will then look at, see who will be the entity for the finished product, who will take on the responsibility to maintain them and look after. So it could be the trust, it could be the Lions, it could be, I can't decide that.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Question.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for coming to see us today. I know the area, obviously, because I drive past it every day. So what I'm understanding is the maintenance of these is pretty well, as long as the continuum is in place, will be self-financing to look after them. In the new development with the new ones going, is there any power lines we have to consider? So we've got a clear run on the new area, and we're in a position where this isn't going to tax council, the trust and the affiliates will look after the ongoing maintenance of them for the years to come. That's the intention.
Yeah, when we establish who the entity is that will take
Sure.
responsibility for them,
Yes,
yeah, that will be
that will be.
there.
Yeah.
Could be the trust, could be the Lions, could be whoever.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Okay, that was what I wanted to ask. So it's no burden on the council, it's more about, there's minor pieces there.
The establishment is entirely up to us.
Yep.
It's entirely up to the council if you decide to mow around like the existing ones are. That's entirely up to the council, but establishment is at no cost to the council.
Thank you.
Richard, so my understanding from reading the report is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that these trees have been planted, but permission from council has not been granted.
For the
new
ones.
ones. Yes,
Yeah.
and that's what you are requesting today, that permission be granted that these trees are allowed to stay. Bearing in mind there are a number of trees around the district that have been planted without permission. So, you know, I think we've got to be a bit careful what the President said. Was it? Do you know if there was permission for the original trees?
I don't know where
what the history is.
That was 92, 3. No,
Yeah, for the chair, I don't know if council's got anything on that.
Oh, Mr. Chair, we have nothing on record, but it was a different time with different rules and regulations in place. So perhaps not.
Richard, could I ask, where they're planted is a narrower fern than the original ones that were 2 months. And there's existing trees already down here, just self-sown, I imagine. Is there any thinking around what happens to them? Or?
Those self-sown ones, you mean?
Yes, yeah.
I was talking to Craig Austin, who plans were to have them cut out. Those ones that are in the ditch.
Yes.
The ones you're talking about?
Yes.
So
because they would sort of.
I understand they're going to be removed because they're actually growing in the ditch. So you know, that's, you can understand why they're creating blockage.
So the person you're talking to, are you saying that's council or that's
Craig Austin is council.
Okay. I've got to say that 3's going out of fairly real landmark.
Through the chair, thanks Richard for coming. They are a great asset to our community. So probably what's being a pragmatic person as I am, I'm more interested is that when they are planted, that they can be maintained and serviced through the operations manager. Is there services there? Because I know with trees that I've been involved with roots, you can get root saws to go along and cut the roots if they're getting near your services. So all I'm suggesting is that there's planning with road and team amenities to, if there's additional work needs to be done in the future Was there any services there that would be a problem for putting a saw down beside the trees in the future for roots?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I think you're seeking information or clarification points at the moment from the presenter.
Yes,
Yes, we've got a discussion later on, but I know about our services, I don't know about other people's services.
1 minute, Richard, if there's anything that you find like that. Oh, that's
Just, there hasn't been any damage to what the trees have been in quite a long time. I've never noticed any tar seal lifting or anything. Has there?
No.
I've seen poplar trees in a different part, where it's heaving all the road up. We've started doing that in different varieties of trees.
Just regarding all the roots and everything is documented in your agenda. And, yeah, the difference with oaks is the tap roots the big roots are going down. With smaller fibrous ones out, you know, things like gums, willows, poplars, pines, shallow root, and otherwise you're going to have trouble with your pipes. So just by nature of the actual oak tree itself, I don't it's a problem personally. But, you know, it's up to you guys.
no further questions, Pauline?
Oh, just one. I just wanted to clarify. So the new ones, I know that the old ones certainly have it, but the new ones, they don't have root enclosing bags.
That's
Just a question for our staff. At the time the new line went down, was there any consideration of putting it on the other side of the road away from the trees?
yeah, I think that'll come in the report later, but yeah, there's pine trees and things. Yeah. Well, look, thank you very much, Richard. I can understand, you know, literally they're your babies because you've grown them from acorns from the other ones. But also I've got to commend you on the work you've done and the photographs and the report you've put to us. There's a lot of work there, and thank you for that. But yeah, look, thank you very much. We'll look at that later on the day.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so now we move to confirmations of minutes from the 23rd of June meeting. We'll go through just for accuracy for a start. Page 5. 6. 7.
Just the wee spelling mistake was picked up under roading at Takawa Road. Page 7. And the roading, third line down into that first paragraph, the last word on the Takawa should be to the.
So this is a little picky one, so it's not done in the ditch, but page 7, the Americanized spelling for meters. Are we comfortable with that, or do we prefer the English version? It's sorry, about the same place that the line above.
If we're getting down to the weeds, I did note that the bottom of page 7, the vegetation at intersections was raised as a growing safety concern. I thought that was quite well done by the government's team. Page 8, 9, 10, and 11. So I can move it now. So I'd like, if somebody would like to move through that for that. No. Those in favour? Against? Carried. So now if we can go back through for any matters arising on page 5.
Just that first part of the block culverts, do we go back and actually do the job that it's raised? Does the contractor who's doing the job tell their roading team that they're being told there's a block culvert further on? And you know, there's a communication, it does actually get fixed.
Mr Chair, this is in relation to a contractor doing some work and just up the road there's a culvert plot. Yeah, but my expectation would be that they tell us, that's part of the contract that they're supposed to tell us. And we would decide on whether or not we want them to unblock it while they're there, or we put it onto a routine and we'll get it done at a later date. Charlie, if you've got some specifics, some responses to the specific point.
And 6, 7.
Just on the roading, on the concern about the broken marker pegs. I just noticed that nothing's been done on those roads. Well, just wondering when that sort of thing get fixed.
Mr Chair, yeah, that's so Charlie will be able to give you an answer on that when he gets here. I think there's a plan for the patrol crews to go and arrange for that to be remediated, either do it themselves or get the contract back.
Because time can tick on. It's a couple of years ago, it's trying to get things done. The longer it is from the time it happens to.
We check that with Charlie later on. Page 8.
Yeah, just Chair, just a quick question under the compliance section. The final paragraph talks about the avian influenza response plan. It was going to be finalised by the end of that month. Did that happen? Is that now all up and tickety-boo to your knowledge?
Well, Mr Chair, yeah, Andrew can give you an update on that. I think it is because he has been socialising it amongst the other teams about preparation and how we handle it.
Thanks.
Through the chair, page 8, waste and recycling, bottom paragraph, the white carry balls are found to be damaged, etc. 25. At the end of that, after it says suggested as possible causes, full stop. Reconsenting for waste outside the original landfill footprint is likely to be required. Has that progressed at all, and are we aware of its requirement?
No, Mr Chair, Andrew can provide an update on that when he gets here.
Thank you.
Sorry, just in response to Councillor Hutt, actually, I see in my diary there's an update, and I guess this is through Mayoral Forum, an update from MPI on the bird flu. So I'm not sure, that's on Thursday. So yeah, so there must be something at level that there's an overview, but staff have obviously been involved at an operational level. So I can keep posted, but I don't know what the context of that will be on Thursday.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Where does that pen wave it? Sorry, switch. If I've gone too fast myself, page 6, I had a question myself around the fire hydrants. It was agreed the matter would be placed on the action sheet with an expected outcome. I don't see it there, but does that mean we've got to have an outcome on that?
Oh, Mr Chair, it is on the action sheet. And so I'll be giving this one a little bit of thought, and I think, well, Michelle's actually kindly gone back and pulled out the minutes for me, so I've actually had a look at the gist of the conversation. And the response that I think that was received at the time was about trying to find out legal liability. And I think we probably need to step aside from the legal liability and actually just try and come to a resolution between the fire service, find out which hydrants they need, where's the most appropriate places for them, and then go perhaps ask them as part of them to go and check them. And if any aren't there, then we can have a chat with our 3/4 team about what we're going to do. So I think it's a little bit more of a harmonious approach rather than just saying this is your problem, you need to deal with it. So just work on something around that.
It's really good, Mr Chair. So some of the community meetings, I'm sure Chris will support me with this, when I've taken the chair of the CCO and in the CEO, those very questions were raised about making certain that we've got appropriate access to fire hydrant in times of. So certainly been raised in that space as well. So maybe it's a 3-way conversation. Then. You agree, Chris?
Well, can I just make a comment on what Dan said? I don't think it's so much about if the hydrants are there or in places are needed. It's more to do with the actual maintenance of them. leaking or been sealed over with
I can't
tar
find
or
it.
whatever. Yeah, who's responsible for it.
Page 9, 10. And yeah,
Just out of interest on page 9, talked about the older person social worker. I'm aware that that position has been filled. I haven't got, I'm not sure who the person is, but I know the position has been filled. So that's pretty exciting and a bit of a milestone moment for the district.
okay, so we've got no decision items today, so now we move to our discussion items. And starting with the first one, 3.1 on page 12, I'll ask Liz to come and talk us through the report, please. Welcome, Liz.
So a record number and update report went to the Strategy and Policy Committee on the 17th of March. And at that meeting, they asked me to come back with some ideas to increase the uptake of record numbers. And it was decided to bring the report to this meeting as more of an operations report. So I'll just go straight to, I guess, a sort of history and that. Would anyone like me to go over that, or would you have me to go straight into the options to increase? Yeah. Okay, so we talked at the strategy meeting about public presence at rural events, and the councils were quite keen to see me at particularly AMP shows. So for some history on this, I have been to the Amberley AMP once before with record numbers, and there wasn't a huge uptake at all from that AMP. But we were looking at Marie, Cheviot and Harden, and probably Amberley as well, just do the whole 4 of them. So I've got the dates there. Another option is to look at doing the Harden New Fair in January and February, and then possibly Land Care or Beef and Lamb Days as well. We would obviously get rural people going to, local people. And then as part of that, we take computer systems, check off their rapid numbers, be able to help them order them on the day, email them, invoicing, that sort of thing. So do the job while we're there on site. And then offer some sort of prize incentive. So if you order a record number on the day, go into a prize at the end of the season, show season. And then it would be great if we were to look at attending, and you support attending these AMPs, would be to get some local councillor presence at these sites. I think that would encourage people perhaps purchase record number plates, having someone local here supporting them. And then to try and support emergency services as well, like either having a stall with them or get some sort of personnel from some emergency services to support our stall at the sites. And then looking into advertising, hitting more targeted advertising. So we've done quite a bit of advertising like the North Canterbury News, that sort of thing, but maybe more targeted around the school newsletters, the local community newsletters and emails, like really hitting those local rural mailboxes and inboxes. And then having posters promoting the record number plates. So we have them around our campaign weeks, but maybe just having them more permanently in things like farm stalls, sales yard, medical centres, that sort of thing. And then the perfect scenario would be to try and get local identities into those posters, like actual people from those rural areas that they know and respect, or perhaps some more famous identities if we could get them. We've also got, we could hit our rates newsletter, and then with rapid number stories. We've always found these a little bit hard to get. We get emergency services say that you could contact this person, but we've got to get them to agree to a story, and normally it's a medical event, so people aren't generally that keen to give us information on medical events. So they're a wee bit harder to get. We have had a couple and they've had really good responses from people purchasing them after them, but yeah, they're, like I said, they're quite hard to get. And then looking at getting some tradespeople that encourage them. So a lot of tradies I speak to say they're great, but they know that, you know, as soon as they blue plates are really visible, easy to find, and they normally know that Within the farms, they'll be able to find houses as well. And then vets, rural supply and emergency services, so trying to get more stories from them. And then you'll see in the report, at the end of the report, there's a postcard that we printed on a card, and that we'd look at getting council officers that are out and about, not just me, but you know, building officers, that sort of thing, to have some in the car, and then they'd drop them into their letterboxes or give them to people to say, hey, we found your place, not that easy to find today. And then has contact details for me, obviously, on it. And then a bit more promotion, like on our social media, around maybe a rapid number of the month, and whether we have some sort of prize around that, but a photo of a, you know, well located rapid number within the district. And trying to hit that property purchase market when people have just purchased their property. So trying to get something out to them about purchasing a rapid number. And then try to target properties that don't have rapid number plates. This is more, we're more in depth. So obviously to target them would be calling, letter, site visit, that sort of thing. But to effectively target properties that don't need rapid numbers, we first need the information, accurate and reliable data. So Councillor Brewerton asked me a question just before I came this morning, before we came to the meeting, around how many plates approximately have been sold in the district and how many rural properties we had. And I spoke to rates, they couldn't give me that answer off the top of their head, but approximately was sold over 1,335 over that number. But we don't have exact figures on how many, like a large percentage have come into our district, but you would have also seen them in the Waimak district as well. So we don't, we have information saved to property files on when I've dealt with customers, but we don't have information with the rapid number companies to tell us where those rapid number plates have been sold that don't come directly to us, that go directly to the store to purchase them. So to effectively get that data, that would be either well, two options I've put forward there, to talk to our rural posties and see if they'd help us out there. They have previously helped us out with hard to find properties, to see whether we could give them like a tick box thing as they're driving around, or a student during school holidays to obviously drive around and work it out, or officers when they're out. And then I definitely recommend continue doing our rapid number campaign, which we run for 2 weeks every year. That has been really successful previously. Very much more important. Thank you.
Any questions for us?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just, what is the cost of a rapid number for a resident?
Yeah, through the chair, good question. So it's $22 plus GST for up to 2 digits, and $33 plus GST for 2 digits up to 5.
Just supplementary to that, just follow up from that. And any new dwellings that are being consented on, there is a requirement to have them, and the fee is charged against that.
You said it's correct, Councillor Hutt. Yeah, so they're getting charged at the time of their building consent. They're getting charged a fee to either for me to install it or for them to install it themselves, and they get a rapid number plate and that should be given installed.
Yes, through the chair. So this is all about rural, the rural community, isn't it? It's not about our urbanites, is it?
Yeah, through the chair, correct, Councillor Carthy. So it's rural, so rapid numbers is a rural identification program.
Yep.
Yeah, so I can tell you that some urban properties are taking them up as well. We're just removing, when they've run me anyway, we're just removing the rapid number but down the bottom.
Yeah.
But in Hamner, quite a few properties have taken them up, particularly holiday homes.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. You know, I'm pretty passionate about these rapid numbers, and I'm also a bit cautious about giving suggestions too. But and this is a very good report with lots of different ideas of doing it. continually thinking about how we can get more people taking them up. And one of the thoughts that I thought you could maybe answer, and the question is, would it work or would it not? Using the farm stores like the Farmlands, Wrightsons, maybe setting up your desk in there one day, doing your work from there, because people are coming in there not busy, but at a time where you can actually talk to them. And for anyone that's ordered these rapid numbers, it's not a simple process, and that's what us doing it. But I'm just wondering whether targeting the stores, like you're going to a Cheviot store for half a day, or Harden store, and number of people that are going through there, and so you're not wasting your time. You could be happy to take desk and your laptop and not working from home, working from the store, and hitting those captive people coming in there. So just a suggestion. Would it work?
Through the chair. Yeah, Councillor Hassall, I think that's a good idea. As long as the stores would accept me, I can definitely give a crack, because I can work from anywhere. So it is a good idea.
If you have a problem with any stores, just in my area, just give us a yarn, talk to them, have it happen.
Thank you.
Got Chris and Wednesday.
Through the chair, thank you again. The question I have is regarding the responders being Fens or St John's. Has at any point the expiration, because Fens particularly, we know their budget's 780 million a year they're getting. It's all over the media. St John's, on the other hand, is a different kettle. We won't go there. But I suppose what I'm asking is, in this course, have we spoken with Fens to see what their thoughts are about supporting us, and can we use any of their mechanisms to help promote? Has that been discussed with them at all?
Through the chair. So when I do, early on there was some, prior to me coming to this job, when I've had a look at some background, there was a little bit of background about Fens possibly working with the council to promote them a bit more, and then that didn't really happen. I'm not sure for what reason, but I know during my campaign when I've contacted them, they're always willing to jump on board. None of the emergency services have been financially willing to jump on board, but they've always been willing to jump on board with either supplying personnel for photographs, articles, videos, that sort of thing. But I don't have, is that what you're asking?
Wasn't it? Through the chair again, you're right. That's what I'm asking. We know we're never going to see $1 off them. We understand that, but they have opened their doors to us, access to their branding, their assistance, and stuff like that to help promote. Because the Fens, the fire, that's out in the rural. That's our biggest fear. Yes. Over anything else, and it does sway a little bit. And I was just wondering how that sounds like the relationship's there. We just have to push it a bit.
Yes, so each time I've done a campaign, the Fens have always been quick to jump on board. Yeah.
Thank you.
Chris. Sorry, stay with you, Chris.
Thank you, through the chair. Just wanted to ask whether or not you'd had any engagement with insurance companies, because there's the potential that if there's a rapid number, is there any offset that insurance companies might be able to help us with?
Through the chair, I haven't, no, but that is a good question. I can look into that.
Question Evans.
Yeah, just through the chair, I've been thinking about this a wee bit, and as you said, there was quite initial uptake and it's dropped off over time, which is kind of expected. And I guess the target was to get those that don't have a clear number or multiple dwellings on their property to have them so they're clearly visible. Obviously, a lot of other properties will have a clearly visible number, but it may not be a rapid number, so they possibly don't see the need to actually put another number on. I guess my question is really, how do we know when we've actually achieved our target? Because ultimately, at some stage, if we've achieved our target, then no one else will be taking them up. But how do we know when we've actually got to that point?
Yeah, through the chair, a good question.
Vince, did you have a
Yeah,
question?
I think your council does sell them, doesn't it?
So we, for the year, we have 2 suppliers, so we don't directly sell them. I'm happy to help anyone, so anyone that calls in, I'll generally just order them for them and link them in to get invoiced, but you can just go directly to the suppliers and purchase them. So we don't get any financial gain.
And they're about $20 odd, I think.
Yeah, 22 for 2 digits and 33 for 3 to 5 digits.
Because that's quite good value when you look at, say you go to one of the big hardware stores, you know, each number can be $10 or $12 each. If you've got 4 numbers or something, it's quite a cost, where it's good value, you actually need to push that as well.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Thanks for the report. I mean, I was sitting around this table when FENS actually came to us and raised this issue back in 2020. And I'm really passionate about it, and we have a rapid number, and in order to get that, we ended up having to renumber our property, but we're thankful that we did that, because one day there might be a fire or medical emergency, and we know it will be easy to find. And I think that, you know, this has been in front of strategy and community and strategy and policy a number of times, and there's been a fairly intense, you know, program in place. So I wanted to compliment the staff on that. I guess I'm going to not suggest, but raise an idea, not propose, but raise. The strategy committees, whose names have changed, have promoted and agreed on a non-regulatory approach. I guess what I'm questioning is there a point where, as a council, potentially we might need to explore a regulatory approach, given that we've put 6 years of work into, you know, doing it non-regulatory, and we've made some really good headway. We've now got a process in place for all new builds, so nothing new can slip through, but is there a process that, you know, we could consider for the safety really of our residents? Is that's what it's about? And I know it might be outside our you know, everyday business, but you know, we've put a lot of effort in. So I guess that's just going to let that settle on the room.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, through the chair, just a clarification over time, because I know when I started on this process with my EA ordering and doing it, it caused me so much conflict, and that's why I got involved at the start, because it was so that it's not the cost is a nothing. It's a process. If you've got multiple numbers, it's a process of ordering it. Has the process got easier? Because it's not the cost that's the problem. It's a process of getting your numbers right. All of those things. If you find a house number is instead of 105 Ginders Road, it's meant to be 102 Ginders Road. Everything that goes around that change in your billing and your everything is a nightmare. So so that's what we've moved forward, and it's good. Is the process easier? Because that's why we have you involved, because it's a cluster.
Yeah, look, I want to.
So has the process changed?
So through the chair, ordering rapid numbers, if someone, we used to just get them to order themselves. So I can order rapid, I generally order rapid numbers for anyone that rings me to make it as smooth and as easy as possible. As far as changing numbers go, there's really that.
Getting the right numbers, sorry.
Yeah, if they're changing, so if I've currently got a current number and when they ring me, I'm like, that number's completely wrong, you know, wrong side of the road or whatever. Changing numbers is tricky, so I do as much as I can. I contact all external agencies from LINZ to FENS, you know, like a big list of them, but and then I give them letters to supply to like the actual local power companies and stuff like that. But yeah, it's still, I wouldn't say it's an easy process, but I don't think there's anything I can do to make that easier, if that makes sense. I've tried to make it as easy as I can, but there's always gonna be agencies and stuff that, you know, don't get picked up during, you know, that they don't get picked up during the process. But I don't think that's something council can fix.
I've got Mary and then Robbie.
Awesome. I really promote this project, and I know it's we've been on the journey a long time, and 1,300, that may not sound a lot, but I tell you, when you're on the end of knowing that the personnel will need to get to your place quite quickly, having a rapid number is really, really important. So do not underestimate the value of that number. And I support everything that you've kind of put in front of us here today, Liz. I just wonder, have you spoken with Natalie, because there was 2 expos coming up, one in Cheviot and one in Culverden, and fire service are there, the health expos, but this is about community health as well. So there might be an opportunity to dovetail into those 2 dates. I think they're October sometime, but I actually can't remember, so Natalie will know, but that might be another opportunity. And I wonder how competitive we are as a district, and maybe we could have instead of individual prize draws, you know, maybe we have, you know, can Hard and Waikato beat Culverden, or can Culverden beat Cheviot, or, you know, and have a community team do a barbecue if you get the most rapids over you know, like, maybe we just need to think outside the square and, you know, create a bit of internal competition, healthy competition between, you know, I don't know, but, you know, keep up the good work. The only thing I did wonder, Liz, in this picture here, is this a good, if this was received in Joe Blogg's mailbox, is this a good demonstration of how the rapid number should be displayed at your gate? Because I think there's some sort of criteria about how the number should be displayed.
Yes, that's correct.
And is this a good example?
Yes, yep.
So I needed to know. Thank you. Awesome. So hang in there. We will get there. It is important.
Yeah.
Thanks, Liz. Look, I don't want to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but I did ambush Liz, only come up the stairs, so that's why she's got no chance of having the answers to the questions that I asked. But I wondered, how much a plate we know that, how many required, and going to Chris's point of, we need to define that, otherwise we don't know if we've won or not. But I wonder, this is something which is directly into a rural group of people that perhaps don't get everything that rates cover. And I look at, I think the cost we're doing in all of this, if we're talking, I think I heard 1,000 or something, $20, $30 each, are we talking 20 or 30,000, or some of those people already got it? Is there any thinking or way that we could cover this, either with rates, targeted rates? Jason would have to have the answer, but I'm sort of thinking with the importance of it in that. I know Dave's saying the cost's not the thing, it's the process of changing over. But is there a way that we can make this super easy, or easier to do? It's just a thought I had. I thought, with the cost we're doing to get them to come to us, is there a way that we can go to them and say, there you are, this is what you've got to do? That's it. Any further questions?
Just one more through the chair, if I may. And excuse my ignorance on this. Why is there a necessity to change numbers from numbers that are already existing on properties? If a rapid number is primarily there as a point of direction for fire and emergency, police, ambulance, emergency services who operate on their own distinct identification markers, why could you not be rapid number 1, 2, 3, but your road address is still 6, 7, 8? Then that removes any requirement for changing addresses, street addresses. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I don't know it, so I'm just curious.
Just through the chair, just for clarification, it's historical numbers that have been used 5, 10, 20 years ago, and they're wrong. When you go to actually what was on the survey, or the distances, they're just incorrect, and they've been used for historical. And then like in our property, it was different numbers and then different houses put in, so it'd be 122B, 122A, and their numbers were wrong. You know, so we had to get, who was the guy, you know, Scott to come in and just make sure things were correct. Just unfixed. Historical incorrect.
Could you just clarify, the rapid numbers, they GPS or they meters from the end of the road, or just the difference?
Through the chair, the rapid number is measured from the end of a road, but normally if you've got two ends of your road that can come in from either end, it's normally measured from the closest location to a village or a township or emergency services. And it's the distance minus a 0. And then even numbers are always on your right and unevens are on your left. So there's a couple of reasons why I would encourage people to change their numbers from existing numbers. For example, you might be 128, but actually you're on the left-hand side of the road. So that's telling emergency service you're on the right, so they're looking on the right, not the left. So that would be one reason. Another reason is that you just have the completely wrong number, you're miles out, like could be K's out on your number. And what other reasons we have? Some farms historically will have the correct rapid number, but they might have like 8 dwellings, 5 to 8 dwellings up a driveway. And so emergency service will get to the gate, but then they're like, what dwelling are we going to for this heart attack? So that was a big one, is that we've got these farms that actually have the correct rapid number, but each of those houses needs their own identification up that drive. So that changes like their mail, everything, which is good when it works out in the end. But you're right, you don't necessarily have to change. You could have an address at 48 and your rapid number could be 56 and you could have the correct rapid number in your gate. But I generally try, I don't make them, I don't make anyone. I generally try and encourage people to change to the rapid number, because my thoughts are if you've got someone dying in your arms and you're ringing someone, you're not going to remember 2 numbers, you're going to remember the number you use all the time as the most likely number. So it's trying to have that one number that works for everything. That's my thought process.
Thank you.
Yeah, oh no, look, I could just add to that, because we were in a situation where we had to go through that process, and historical subdivision is kind of where we were at. So our neighbours were 216, we were 230, 240, and our next neighbours were 234. So if emergency services were looking for us at 240, they would have been looking somewhat past our gateway. So really important to change, and that is just a, probably before rapid numbers were that well used, when the things were subdivided, maybe the that's about that and that's about that. So so yeah, certainly worthwhile, I think, but people often don't know about those and those instances until they go to order their rapid number, and it is to do with that measurement as well.
Thank you. Chris, can I ask, just thinking on further from Chris's point of quantifying the task, is that something that's doable, or is it just a massive soak up of resources and cost?
Through the chair, I think, I mean, if I can talk to our rural people that deliver post, I mean, they're driving those roads every day, all day. And even if I talk, they might be happy to do it at no cost or low cost. But even if it was a reasonable cost, it's probably going to be cheaper than paying someone to go on the road and have a look. I think that'd be a most logical idea if they were interested in doing it. But I can certainly inquire.
Is that kind of where you're aiming, Chris, is to know the task, really?
Well, I don't think it's what the task is. I mean, to be honest, I don't actually have a rapid number. I've got a big number on my mailbox, which is bigger than a rapid number, and clearly visible, but it's not an official rapid number. And I guess I come from the point of view, well, what's the point of doubling up if we've already got it? And I think a number of people's attitude would be the same. If they've got a clear number on their driveway or whatever, they're possibly just happy with that. And that's why I sort of think, you know, what is actually our aim? Is our aim for everybody to have an official rapid number, or is it just that every property is clearly defined? And as I say, I think a lot of people won't actually necessarily have a official rapid number, but we might have still actually achieved what we want to, and that every property is actually clearly labelled. So yeah, I think we sort of got to define what we're actually trying to achieve.
Through the chair, if I can answer that. So the original was trying to get rapid numbers that are highly visible at night, but highly reflective. So most of your normal numbers that you purchase from a hardware store aren't highly reflective, and that they're actually on the location where you enter the property. So they're actually on their physical, where the actual driveway is. So lots of people have them on their mailboxes, but they could be on the opposite side of the road, down the road. So it's actually on the location, highly visible at night, and obviously visible during the day was the key.
Tom?
Yeah, following on from Chris and through you, Chair, the doubling up is something that does concern me, and I also wonder nowadays in this modern age, do we actually use numbers anymore? Do we not use GPS? And therefore, if we were using GPS to find an address, could that not then be linked to, so if we're going to Dave's farm, we know the address of Dave's farm, but actually on Dave's farm, there are these different properties around, and the GPS could then indicate which of those properties. But I just feel that number plates on your gate just feels terribly old-fashioned to me, when most people don't use numbers anymore. They'll just use GPS on their phone and on their cab or on their vehicle. And I just wondered if, you know, just following on from what Chris is saying, is doubling up the most efficient, whether there is some sort of GPS system. And if it were a GPS system, then what Pauline was saying was, actually, could we not actually just have that online on file? It wouldn't have cost, it would only cost the amount of time of an operative or computer expert to put all of that information in there, and once it was there, it would be done and dusted and easily accessible by the emergency services. Just a thought.
Actually, Liz, that raises an important point. What data does Mr. Google use? Does he go down the road and plot the numbers on the letterboxes and put that into his system, or is he using what the rapid system would use?
So through the chair, Google is a little bit out of anyone's control, but my understanding is, well, a pretty good understanding, is that they pull their data from Land Information New Zealand. Land Information New Zealand can't tell us how often they pull that data, not that regularly from feedback I'm getting, what I'm looking at. And from my chats with emergency services, sometimes that data, which we do mark those rapid numbers over dwellings, sometimes that data is good and sometimes that data puts them into paddocks. So yeah, they do use GPS, there's no doubt about it, but they also do end up in paddocks a lot. So record numbers do get them to the right houses. Currently it's not good enough, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, just to add to that, the GPS that is currently in place, and I tested this on ours actually, will take you to, as Liz has said, it'll take you to the property, but it will not necessarily take you to the entrance. So for ours, it would take you to our secondary entrance, which nobody's getting in. So yeah, I mean, maybe there's a way to GPS the entrance, I don't know, but certainly at the moment, that's why people end up in paddocks.
Yeah, thank you, Robbie, through the chair. We all know these things work really well at night. I think that's the posh marketing, listening, forget the day stuff, because, you know, generally speaking. Also, when you're driving a fire tank at 2:30 in the morning, GPS is the last thing on your mind. So what I'm thinking is it possible for us in our rates as they go out in the paperwork, we just put a constant reminder in there for people? Was that an option that we've considered? And if so, what would that kind of, I mean, it's a pretty, surely we could do excuse me, surely we could do a reasonable costing on that.
Through the chair, so that was one of the things in my reports was to add it into that rates newsletter that goes out. It's just how many people read that newsletter, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I just realised my rapid number, like tag, I've had it for years, won't be the tag which you're talking about there, because they were just white ones. And when you drive around, that's what in Chile, at any rate, 90% of them are on the gate, as those ones which we
That's what customers today, eh?
20 odd years ago. But I'm just saying, do you need to let people know that actually they're not good enough? Or because people read your thing and say, oh, you've got one of those. And that's it, isn't it? You know, you just think, oh, you've got the number on the gate.
Through the chair, they did recommend
And you think, yes, people could see it.
we do recommend our council designed ones, but we do have also on our webpage, which was a direction from my understanding council before my time, was that they did have the ability to go out and source their own as well. So I think there's a few around, you might correct me, but a few around the Harden area which are created like a yellow one. Yeah, it's quite highly visible at night. They've got someone to design one. So I think the key is that they're easy to see and highly visible is the key.
But you know, they're not those blue ones or whatever you've got there.
I noticed this, it's a discussion, and we've had a very good discussion, so a lot of good ideas come out. I'm quite wondering where to leave this. Is there anything else, Liz, that you need from us, or is there anything that we need from Liz? Or at this stage, you've taken everything on board and happy to plough on?
Through the chair, I can bring back a bit of a plan to this committee of how we're going to action this. The ideas.
You've got nothing, Pauline, because you've already had a session with this sort of stuff.
I think through the chair, I really like the idea of the rural posties. They're the ones who find the, you know, that they're out there every day. And I don't know if there's some sort of, you know, you'll come back with some ideas, but this little page here, I couldn't locate your rapid number. Your rapid number isn't clearly visible. You know, maybe we contract them to, I mean, I know there'd need to be some training, and because the rapid number might not be with the letterboxes and such not, but you know, a more personalised something might be. But I know that you'll come back with some ideas. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hand up, Dave.
I don't really want to hold things up, but the rural post probably does go to the letterboxes that aren't at the gateway, but I guarantee they're delivering all that Timu rubbish.
Yes,
So
yeah,
they do
to
know,
the actual gates.
they do know where the houses are, so your rural farmer is the people, the simple people to target, who's your problem.
So that sounds like a good.
Sorry, just the one last little that we haven't captured, but I think we've got district nurses and we've got blanket nurses that are finding, and I know after my 25 years, trying to find some properties was a nightmare when it wasn't in under emergency. So, you know, wouldn't hurt to even have a chat to those the people to say, well, how easy was it for you to find that property? What were the barriers? And then we can probably do some other promotion, you know, because they're all people that want services. So, you know, let's network.
Get them a fill in, this place is hard to find.
Yeah, give feedback. Yeah, that's right. Get a CV of information. Yeah, you know, so I think it's about, and I think Natalie would be a good source through the stakeholder meetings, because this sort of stuff may not have hit the high threshold, but it probably hit the threshold. I couldn't find Mr. So-and-so because I was up and down the road, and I know I've done that a few years ago. So with the
Chris.
Just one, sorry, just been part of emergency services. I know this has sort of been pushed as a rural rapid number thing, but I do wonder at some stage in the future if it is looking at an urban side to it, because with emergency services, trying to find places in town is not always easy either. Towns like Colwyn, where you got no mailboxes because they're all on PO boxes, people don't have numbers. And I do remember somewhere, and I can't remember if it was Christchurch or Auckland where I lived, they actually at one stage had a little blue like cat's eye on the street that actually had your number on it, and they were brilliant for trying to find places at night. Yeah, so urban areas aren't actually any better than rural areas to try and find at night. Yeah, just the thought anyway.
Well, great discussion. I think we've overloaded you now. So if you're all happy, we'll leave things there. Thank you very much for your report. And that brings us to Smoko. So just after we've moved to second report.
I'll move that we,
Pauline,
the report was
second that.
discussed.
All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we'll see one back at 5 to 11:15. Okay, so welcome back. We're going to go through the operations monthly report, although it's largely an annual report. We go to page 19. We're going to ignore the overview there, but we're going to take them just in the order that they come to the pages. So the discrepancy there. So we turn to page 20, and I think Dan's going to spearhead the attack.
Not sure attack is the right word, Mr. Chair, but I'll try and impart some views on what I think was a solid year for us last year. So we've been producing this annual report now, that gives you and the community, public, good overview of what we've been up to. It's probably our fourth year now, so it's become a customary thing that we summarise all of the reports that you have been seeing through the year, so there should be no surprises in this. But as I mentioned, I do believe it's been a solid year for us. And I know that you review your performance measures, whether it has been through council and now it's into this report. But they're a good gauge for me, as is the resident satisfaction survey about how people feel about how we're delivering service. And by and large, we've been consistent. And we've been consistent, although we have had a few challenges thrown our way, particularly that weather event through October that knocked a lot of our services around. I will note that one of the things that we do try and do through that is recover as quickly as possible and return to BAU, because we've learned over the years that there's probably little tolerance there's a lot of tolerance during an event and immediately in the aftermath as we clean up. But people just want to get back into their lives, they want to get service up and running, and they just want to interact with the council on a daily basis, and they have that view of us. So the teams do work really hard to get back onto an even keel quickly as possible. So weather events has been one. Been remiss of me not to mention the system change, the Datascape. We always knew it was going to be painful, as it is with any company that moves on their ERP systems. And we've pretty much worked our way through the majority of those issues now. There are still some hangover stuff, and none of this has come as a surprise to any of us. But the teams are just working their way through those. Vandalism feels like it's on the increase, and not just in the number of them, but also in the severity of them as well. They're causing more damage, which is costing us more money. So we are having to think about how we either look after our assets or install new assets which are well, as much as they can be vandal proof. So we have experienced some contractor performance issues along the way. Again, this is just normal business as usual that we do, and one that springs to mind was the growth of the grass in January. Probably told to me by Delta, who have been up in this area mowing for over 20 years, that it's been the highest growth period of January they've ever seen. Caught them on the hop, just couldn't react fast enough, so it got away, and it just became a really big issue for us, a big challenge. Staffing gaps, again, something that happens to us often, but nonetheless it's still a challenge, and we are working on how we recruit through processing quicker. Or we deal with absenteeism better than what we have done, and also trying to manage all of the different community expectations. So there's been quite a lot going on, but all in all, it's been a good solid year. And the only other point I will make is just how pleasing it is to see the agility of the teams recovering from these adverse events and quickly getting back to BAU, and then continually looking for improvements along the way. So whilst this whole report is rippled with what could, well, I would say some of them are trivial matters, but nonetheless it demonstrates to me the continual work that the teams do on trying to either do things better, be cheaper, be more efficient, be quicker, a better level of service without increasing costs. So there's a lot of that goes on, and I'm sure the team will talk to you about it today. So with that said, Mr. Chair, there's with Dan Blair leaving, Josie will now be coming and reporting the amenities maintenance part. That's her team. But today we've just kicked off the new style of mowing audits today. So Josie and contractor are all out and about. This is their first day. They'd already booked that in before she knew she was coming to present. So I didn't want to disrupt that, given that it's a new piece of work. So they're out and about at the moment. So I shall present the amenities and maintenance section, and I'm going to take that as read. But I know Charlie's championed a bit coming to talk to you about roading. And I'm willing to take any questions on that work through the year. Chris.
Thanks, Dan, for that. Obviously, it's been a busy year, and thanks for all the work. But just on the mowing one, so January was a very high growth month, but there were issues before that through the spring. Can you just update us on what's changed with the way that will be monitored this year?
Yes, Mr. Chair, so part of what Josie's doing today is part of the kick-off of a new monthly joint audit. So they'll be going around and they'll be picking specific areas on a monthly basis to go and target audit. We've now got the team. So Josie used to perform all the audits. In only one person, she could only get around so much of the district, but now she's cascaded that out amongst her team. So a team are now doing audits. And they do them, essentially they do them on their phone, they update into our system, and if there's any exceptions reported, those exceptions go to Josie directly and the contractor. So that's another improvement that we've made around this piece. Thirdly, one of the things that I've asked each community group is to nominate a local representative, a local expert, a local person with the knowledge of their reserves that can accompany John from Delta and Josie on these monthly audits, and also keep an eye on the place, because what we often get is lots of people just sort of overwhelming us with not a great deal of specifics, but actually if we can funnel all that information through an individual person locally, then I think that would carry a lot more strength and weight to us to tailor our schedule. They will also be receiving a copy of the schedule, which changes depending on the season. But if you say it goes out fortnightly, they're going to be receiving it fortnightly, and they'll have the opportunity to comment back to say, look, I know this reserve, you probably need to do it more or you need to do it less. What this has also done, it's stimulated a conversation with myself and the contractor about actually have we set our contract up for success? Because one of the problems that I see is that if Delta go to Rotherham, and we might have 3 or 4 places for them to mow in Rotherham, but they could have an informal cut, an amenity cut, a sports cut, and something other cut, one of the 4, all on different cycles. But we're asking them to go there, and in their mind, they're just saying, well, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to do the lot, because it doesn't make sense for me not to do it. But all of that risk gets built into the pricing. So I'm talking to them at the moment about a different approach. And if we have local expertise in the mowing and the way that the contractor sets it up, then there might be an alternative contract rather than an outcomes-based contract. We have an input-based contract where we might say, we're going to pay for 18 mows a year for the Hanmer domain, and it's up to the locals to decide when that happens. So we might just say, we'll stick it on a monthly schedule, so it gets mown every month, and then we've got 6 overflow or 6 buffer for them to say, well, when the car show happens, we want you to mow then. When the rugby happens, we want you to mow then. So I'm not saying that's how we're going to do it. I'm just saying that these are some options that I'm working with the contractor on at the moment. So there's a whole piece of work, sorry, very long-winded answer, but there's a whole piece of work going into doing this. But I still maintain, back to the original point, is there's only a certain amount of resources and there's only a certain amount of mowers when the growth gets out of control. So what we're looking to do is have some local input to help us be better so it doesn't get quite out of control. Thank you.
And when you say that they like to go into an area, are they turning up with 2 trucks, 4 mowers to do all the different cuts, or are they taking a finishing mower and doing all the finishing bits around? How are they working that?
So, for example, the Amberley domain, the football side requires a different mow to the rugby side. So, because it takes them 20 minutes to reset the mower height, they're just leaving it at the shortest height and they're going to go and mow. So they're not actually, we're getting a better level of service than what we've stipulated within the contract. So it just, we've created something that we've tried to be specific to every township to meet everybody's needs, but I think it's a bit complicated.
Through,
Good luck, Mary and then Vince.
thank you, Mr Chair. I think that's an excellent idea to have a local champion, Dan. And that local champion has an insight on actually what that contract might mean, you know, and can help, you know, coach a better understanding to our communities. And so I think that's, you know, really critical. Will Josie and or Josie's team have regular contact with that local champion as well to, you know, will they be able to make contact with each other? The local champion might bring up Josie or her team to say, hey, look, we've had a bit of a dry patch, or we've had a bit of a growth patch, you know, to discuss that, or how will the process of engagement work between the local champion and our staff?
Chair, I'd expect it to be open to whichever way probably suits. They will receive the schedule. They'll be invited to the audit when that happens in the area. But equally, the lines of communications are open, and if they see something untoward happening or they can foresee something, then I would expect them to pick the phone up and have a chat with Josie.
Okay, but to that point though, will you be CC'd into that information? I'm just trying to, you know, if things continue to go well, that circle of communication will get the outcomes that we're all hoping. But if something goes a little bit out of kilter, how do we manage that? Have we thought through that? You know, if there's a higher expectation than the demand can enable or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, Madam Mayor, I have trust and confidence in Josie and all the team to respond. I don't need to be CC'd into all of that sort of communication. But I do want to know, I will be meeting with, well, I do meet with the contractor on a monthly basis. So I will be hearing through that channel if we're asking too much, or through Josie, I'll be getting told that we've got some disgruntled champions that we need to, so yeah, I mean, I sit down with Josie on a weekly basis and she tells me what's going on.
And to your point, I have a full confidence in Josie and the team to make sure, but I just want to make sure that if something out of spec, you know, that we've got a way of managing that, so everybody's integrity is respected, I guess, in that.
Then for that champion, have a pretty clear, either be a member of, or have a pretty clear line of sight with the community boards and committees and things, to save things getting too fragmented or too many channels.
Mr. Chair, ideally, yes. At the moment, I've been around all of the committees and I've emailed them as well, requesting an appointment. And at the moment, I've got 2 in the Glenmark area and 1 in the south.
Vince.
This is the first time I've heard of it. Have you who's your champion in Cheviot or haven't? Because I haven't seen it come through. Someone to...
Mr. Chair, I've had no response from Cheviot.
I think if I may, to Vince's point, has it gone to the community committee people?
Yep. I haven't seen it.
Well, Madam Mayor, it went to all the chairs. So
Okay,
chairs,
because I've seen it either, so yeah, I think your question's valid.
yeah, when I was up at Cheviot, not the last meeting, the meeting before, that's when I raised it as well, so.
James, do I see a raised hand?
Through the chair, slightly different, and I'm not sure if it's amenities and maintenance to raise it, but I'll have a flick through thinking of projects or whatever. I got a ring from a very important constituents in the South Ward. I don't normally get a lot of people in my area ringing me with concerns. It was a very important person, was my 4-year-old grandson. So he rings and he says, the playground down at Grecian, what's the park, you know, cricket Grecian Park.
Village Green.
Village Green, yeah. He wanted to know when it was going to be finished, because it was, you know, it's been fenced off and it wasn't raining, so men could be there working. So I did inform him that they probably had no money. And he did inform me that maybe he could put a little bit of his money in that he would spend to the Blue Dairy. So I did say I'd raise it today to get an update and maybe Councillor Hutt can go to Oakley preschool and give him an upgrade of when this park's finishing. But what is the story so I can report back, because it's a very important constituent. So this time I better report back. Where are we at with the park?
Well, Mr. Chair, it sounds like it was a very important constituent, as they all are. I know. The update has been, so you can inform your grandson, that we've just paused a little bit of work just while we were untangling a couple of bits and pieces and working out what the next steps are going to be. The next steps are now in train, and I'm still waiting on a date that will be done by, but Paul, who's project managing the work, is just working with the contractors to get a final date. But I went down there myself last week just to see the progress, and I mean, you can understand why the 4-year-olds around the district are champion at the bit to get onto that part. It just looks brilliant. It's going to be fantastic. So we're not too far away, but I'll get you a firm date.
You move first down the slide.
Councillor Hunt can report back to Oakley Preschool, then that'd be fine, and collect the money to.
Perhaps you might appease it with an ice cream day.
Yeah. Oh, they will be invited to our office room.
Could I just raise one, the vandalism, but more importantly, the cameras. I spoke to Robert Evelyn recently, and we've got such a good thing going with the cameras, which is all over the district, but the problem we've got is we don't seem to have a coordinating body, particularly with maintenance and just ensuring that they are all in working order and doing what they're meant to do, and the cobwebs and overgrowing and things like that. There's different groups been involved. I know Lions has been involved. Initially, in Amberley, Arthur Burks was involved, and then Leithfield, but nobody's sort of, everybody's sort of pointing that somebody should do it. But I'm thinking, how do we bring this to a head and get some kind of a core that is looking after these cameras and making sure that they are all functional? Because there's nothing worse that we've had a few incidents where we think we've got something covered and the camera hasn't got it. So I'm wondering where we can find a home for these cameras as a central body.
That's a question for me. I'm going to refer to your newly confirmed strategic direction, which talks about enabling communities. So I would suggest that we try and find a community group that's willing to take ownership of it. Unless you see that as a council core service, which doesn't sit neatly with council today.
Is this something that we could put back to the South Ward Community Board, is what we call them, or something like that? Because it's been going for a number of years now, and the police aren't in a position to do it. The gentleman, we were very, very lucky that the gentleman that installed them all and did used to keep an eye, obviously it's unfortunately passed away. So it's now we've got this great asset, but someone needs to make sure it's working properly.
Thank you, through the chair. A couple of questions leading on to Robbie's comments, and that's being that I like the idea of, I remember pushing with the community group directive. I understand that, but I do believe we've got some areas that are under contract. And are they a reviewable contract? And have we ever considered looking at a large brand contract for over all the entities if it's just unaffordable to go down that route? Bring in, say, Securitas or something. I'm only using that brand purely for the discussion. Just go along that at presence, because I know the hangar thing is quite a problem, and we've supposedly got somebody keeping an eye on that, but we're seeing a repeated cost, as mentioned in your report, of ongoing vandalism and an increase in vandalism that's getting more and more expensive and a little bit more, and we notice the times that it's most picked. Have we had that discussion with any of those companies to look at a blanket arrangement for the district and look at certain entities, or is that just not affordable?
Well, Mr. Chair, to be honest, it's not something we've really given a great deal of thought to. I think I shared with you recently the site and asset security guidance, and in there we don't really contemplate security cameras, but specific for sites, as opposed to an overarching contract to be monitoring all. But if that's something that is felt that it's needed, then maybe that's something that we can look at.
can I put a supplementary question just because it leads to that if you were through the chair? Then if that is the issue, do we know roughly how much that vandalism is costing the council per year as a set figure? Just an average figure, I should say, not a set figure. Give or take, just ballparky.
Royal we do.
We do.
I don't at the moment. I'll
Okay.
have to add them all up looking at this report, but we've got them all on our report. Arrow collects all the information.
Page 26, yeah, I saw that, but so, and that's our comfortable on that number. Okay, yeah.
Just expand what comes under council or what's perceived under council.
That's just.
Is there a difference between, you know, sort of like street lights, split roads, speed signs, we look out for all those things. Why there seems to be a view that it's just not a council thing, is that fair view?
Honestly, I think it is a fair view and it's not, to my knowledge, it's not somewhere where a council has positioned itself generally. It will look after its assets, but not, I mean, a camera pointing up a road is generally there for public safety, which is the police, is a police role, not a council role. And I think that's where the police and Ken were heading with a lot of these cameras around the district.
Yeah, it's just to get that, to know that there is somebody there that's going to be routinely checking and just making sure that they are working. You know, it's so the camera, to me, the camera pointing up the road is much different from the speed sign pointing up the road or the lights that light the road. But that's me. Chris.
Thank you for one. It leads to another thought there. The question, this might be more to the CE, but what's our legal responsibility over the camera, the data research or the data holding from these cameras? Are we liable at any point under any breaches of public rights, free speech, that whole selection of legislation?
So a lot of the camera network in the district is ours. It belongs to the community, and we don't hold the data.
Right.
It's held in different hands.
Right.
So that's, I mean, where we have our own cameras stationed at the likes of transfer station, that sort of thing, then we obviously have the data to do that. But the rest of the camera network around the district, it's not ours, and we don't hold the data. We might have facilitated some of it going in, but it's not our network.
Can I ask a question? Whose network is it? There's variances.
The community-based, the networks, I couldn't tell off the top of my head for each network who's involved, but the Lions have been involved in some areas.
Yeah.
And they work with the local police. The police have access to the data, but they don't believe the police own the network either.
Just wondering about the legality of it all, is it regarding where they're placed and if they aren't in breach of any legal. I'm just worried about, because as we need to use it more and more, we don't want to be bitten by a very clever defence solicitor who decides to argue against, and we don't have a stand enough to put them all the effort in. We just wonder where we stand with that, or whomever's using the data stands with that under the legalities and under the legislations, etc. A sign on the side of the road saying a camera is not enough to remove reliability. Yes, I just wondered if that had been considered.
So my understanding, Mr. Chair, is the police use the information generated from the camera network, and I'm sure they consider those issues. We don't access it. We don't use it.
So it's on for New Zealand Police. Okay, thank you. That's much appreciated.
Oh, just the community trust in Cheviot actually has got cameras, and they have their memorandum of what happens with it. It's only the police that look at it. Cool. It's set up, but some of it is on council land, because it's on road reserve and it's on reserves, and that's how we work it. That it's only actually used if something happens. Local policemen will see. So that's how we cover. We don't have anyone else that can see it.
Vince, could I ask, have you got a solution up there for checking and maintaining, just making sure they're going, is it? Yeah, right, so perhaps the answer is that we we'll head this back down to the an area, technically South Ward, to each area to come up with a plan. And I know everyone's concerned that, you know, it's nothing worse than if they go to look at a camera and for some reason it hasn't done its job.
We had our annual meeting last week and I see we had about a credit of about 2,500 in our account for maintenance.
Right, so that's something that we should put back there to South. Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. It sounds like you might already have a good base model in place, so that for funding of maintenance as well as you know, the MOUs and the general running of it, it would be quite good if that could be. Have a look at your model rather than try to rebuild
Quite
something
a
from
lot of it is donations, businesses, and that it's in their interest too, so they actually support it quite well.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I digress, Dan.
So
Back to you.
Perfect. Yeah, help.
Just on vandalism, I raised it about it at St Anne's Lagoon at the Cheviot Advisory. They weren't actually against having some freedom camping at St Anne's Lagoon. Because then, like I explained, how it's down at Scargill since it's had freedom camping, it wasn't vandalism. And they could see that at St Anne's Lagoon, you've got the influence and stuff. And it's not a place you can put cameras really. You've got no power. You've got, you know, it'd be one way of. It'd be most probably very popular.
Okay, so we're moving on to roading. If I can ask Charlie to come to the table and we go to page 28. For our roading.
Morning, everyone. Almost afternoon. Strategically placed before lunch. Just about. It's been a couple of months, so nice to see you all. Let's run through the year in review. Looking at 25-26 was a really busy year. I think just to completely divert from the notes there, I think we had a fantastic year considering. We developed a lot of stuff. We did a lot of different stuff. And I think we've set the tone for coming to this next funding round. So looking at October, we had the wind event. That was pretty significant for the district, quite a lot of trees down. Lots of it was taken care of by private landowners, by the contractors, and we recovered relatively quickly after that, and recovered some costs from that, which was really good. And then there was a small rain event in April that had some impact on mostly the inland road. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So we scheduled some repairs up inland road, as we do pretty much every year. Conducted a night audit, found quite a lot of signs that needed replacing due to lack of reflectivity. Not that many when you look at the extensive amount of signage that we have on the network because of the program that we did a few years ago. But still, you know, a couple of hundred to replace, and the wind picked up and quite a few around. Looking at a couple of the big things last year, the Mendip Bridge, jacking that up and repairing the piles. Okay, that's like a new innovative repair mechanism that we employed, something that we haven't done before, partially because I don't think we've had the issue before, but when it came to looking for a treatment, something that was cost effective and beneficial to everyone, to get that bridge back in service as soon as possible. And Lowry Peaks stands out for me as a complete superstructure replacement. Replaced the old timber deck with a nice new precast concrete one that basically removes the weight restriction and means that we'll see an extra 50 to 80 years out of that asset on existing abutments without having to spend $400,000 to replace the whole structure. That was a really significant win for us, and something that we will be looking to employ at other structures. We've got two identified this year for us to basically do the same thing at, one of the being Top House and one of them at Rouse with some as well as 3 individual rehab projects. It's a milestone for us to achieve one. They're fairly comprehensive and extensive pieces of work to do. We didn't do one, we did 3 separate sites. One of them was a really complex site. Mucknow Beach Road was one quote unquote, one of the most complicated rehab projects our contractors have ever done. And you know, for those of you that have been through Mutt now, it looks like a completely different piece of road now. All those trees gone. It's, you know, fantastic. And then Princess Street, which was a thorn in a few of our sides for a number of years, but getting that fixed up and having a program to fix the actual cause of the fault itself, all going well. I think I said a few meetings ago that I'll be the one to fix it, and we'll fix it. So standing by that, but we're going to be doing the last bit of that, which was chemical lining the stormwater pipe. That's scheduled for the 31st of August. So that'll be quite neat, something new for the district again. We've not done it before. Extra money is always great. We secured an additional, I think it was a little over 2 million by the year end, including all of the other cost recovers from NZTA for detour damage and other bits and bobs, which meant that we could do a little bit more, split that across the sealed and unsealed network. We did a lot more sealed pavement maintenance. We did a lot more metaling. And tackled some issues that we probably wouldn't have been able to tackle otherwise. And a couple of, I guess, key takeaways from me is the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed with State Highways around who's going to maintain what, where and how. That's been in negotiations since 2014. So to get that over the line last year was fantastic. We both made some concessions, but ended up with a product that we were both really happy with. And yeah, as it describes there, so we gave them some of the strongest feedback that they'd had from any RCA at all, and I think we are the first Canterbury Council to actually get one over the line. I think the others are still sitting in draft, so that was pretty good. Notwithstanding all the good stuff, there was some pressure. The grading was painful. You know, we had one of our long-standing grading operators leave. And when you have someone who is intimately familiar with the network and its requirements and how long you can leave certain things or how long you can't leave certain things, that left us in a bit of a pickle in terms of catching back up. So we had to, I think we brought on a third grader a number of times throughout the course of last year to basically to catch up and to make sure that we were still getting what we were paying for in terms of our contract lump sums and hours grading. The reporting demands last year were quite significant. NZTA is asking for more all the time. Some of the data that they're asking for isn't stuff that we capture internally as a BAU process. So there's some quite lengthy mechanisms you've got to put in place to do this reporting, and it's not easy. It's quite painful producing some of the stuff that they want, and that's quarterly. Most of it's quarterly. There's a ministerial expectations extract, which is 50 million questions that require lots of words. That I don't know where it goes or what happens with it. And then some of that is to benchmark us against other councils in terms of our response times to pothole repairs, self-identified work, so work that our patrols are picking up, and then customer informed work. And they're all for that pothole repair in 24 hours. So looking at how we compare with other councils against those sorts of milestones. So we'll get that report from them probably September, October this year for how we stacked up for the year. And then the prep of the AMP. So we put quite a lot of time into the AMP, redeveloping it, reshaping it, reformatting it with current NZTA guidance. And that's due for submission. So the draft is due for submission at the tail end of this month, alongside the bid. Cool. So looking at what we did, we closed off 7 more service requests than we received. So that's pretty impressive. We almost delivered the renewals program, shy of 300 metres, which was again pretty impressive for the team and with the extent of work that we had. The damage and vandalism numbers there were pretty light. Most of the damage and vandalism that has come up recently has come up this financial year, so these numbers for this year will be higher than the entirety of last year. However, we've received information from police with contact details of offending people so we can recover costs, and they look to do that rather than other sort of enforcement action. So if they pay their bill to us, then get off with the slap on the wrist type thing. So we've done that a couple of times this year already. 37,000 cubic meters of material went on the network. Again, this is more than we've ever done. Still about 19,000 cubes short of where I think we'd need to be if we were going to be trying to get ahead of nettling around the district. Half a kilometre of edge break, and just shy of 14 mil total spend. So when you look at the budget delivery table that just sits under those metrics, there's a couple of categories that don't form part of that activity component. So there's like network and asset management, which is all of our professional services and bits and bobs that sit outside of standard work categories. So that's why those numbers are different, just for some context. Graded almost 2,000 Ks, so that's the network twice over and some across the year. 10.9 mil out in poured claims. So on 103% of programmed delivered versus budget, so 3% over, but recovered and then offset. So I actually think we're probably bang on, but that's what the numbers say. And yeah, the 3 rehab programs. So looking down at the budget delivery by activity, I won't go through line by line, but I mean the biggest omission there is the bridges and structures. We had bridge renewal planned that didn't get delivered. Was held up in design for months. It's been in design for months. It's been through resource consenting for months. It's just taken a really long time to get it over the line. We've got that now, so that will be going out to the market inside the next month. And that's the River Road Bridge replacement wire. So that was the biggest underspend. Looking at some of those numbers again, these were original annual plan set numbers, so some of these changed anyway, and then they changed with additional funding. So like the 162% of seal pavement wasn't actually 162% of seal pavement, it was about 115% of what the actual budget ended up being at the end of the financial year when we received some additional money and did some jiggering over with the numbers. Cool. So looking at those storm responses and the structures, so like I alluded to earlier with that October wind event, it was fairly windy. Took quite a few trees down, took quite a few signs down. I think the response to that was really good. We were there, we were on site, and I think we had pretty much every road open again within 3 days, including Inland Road. So there was a lot of contractors on the network doing a lot of good work. I think Leslie Hills was probably one of the worst, around Leslie Hills and Linden. But again, we had crews out and about, and we had the work cut up so we could get a response as quick as possible. And then Mendip Bridge, so that pile, that was quite an interesting project. But again, quite a different methodology that was relatively economic to do, and we ended up with a pretty good product out of it. The pavement rehabs, Medbury, Mutnow Beach, and Princess Street, they're all, I think, really well delivered, really well on time, and on budget. There was no significant blowouts in any of them this year. We nailed down some process and procedures last year that helped, as well as the time lag between project completion and work claimed. So there's some, it's quite hard to work through quantities and like hours of traffic management if you're doing it 8 months after the work's been completed. It's long gone in your memory by then, so you have to spend quite a bit of time revisiting and refamiliarising yourself with whatever issues come up. So we've improved the time lag on that now, which has been really good. And we did a couple of oddball projects this year as well. So the Muri Ave courtesy crossing, so that formed part of the reseal program. We took a report to the Hammer Springs Community Board and said, we'll take it out, and we'll put a proper form zebra crossing in and do something different. And they opted to reinstall a raised concrete crossing, which was great. So we delivered that. And yeah, obviously the Princess Street that came out of sort of left field was just deteriorating quite quickly. So we made it work within the budgets that we had for it. Looking at the drainage and culverts, we did a fair bit of culverts, and lots of drainage. The wheelie digger's been on the network now for, coming up 2 years. That's probably going to go into its 3rd year. And we've seen quite a lot of benefit out of that across the network. Some of the roads that would have flooded, I use Ivorix as the example. Ivorix would have flooded in that last rain event, and it didn't. I think Ivorix was one of the ones in that area that held up probably the best. And there were some other areas that we identified that, we've done some significant drainage on. We haven't had the same problems out of it. We've still got problems elsewhere, but there's only so much we can do, and so many culverts we can replace. So looking ahead, we'll talk about most of the challenges that we faced, but looking ahead, the bid will be a fairly substantial piece of work once they release the template to do so, as well as finishing off the AMP. There's been a fair bit of work going to that already. All the bridges and structures that are coming up. So we had two scheduled, one for 24, 25, one for 25, 26. So the one scheduled for 24, 25 is River Road that hasn't been delivered yet. So we'll get that one over the line this year, and hopefully we'll be ready to go on McGowan's, which was the next one, the next cab off the rank. And there's another bridge around McGowan's that is very similar in makeup. So once we've got the design for McGowan's, we can use that design for the next one. So we don't might have to go back through all the designing. We just have to confirm some geotech reporting bits and bobs, but where we can look to get some efficiencies by doing the same thing. So we've got the same product and working with the same stuff. Somewhere else we will. And the wheelie digger. So the wheelie digger is, I think we've got sufficient budget to run for another year, or it won't be quite a year unless we get some additional funding, which I'm hoping for this year. And that should see it being around most of the district in some capacity. Probably not to the extent of reshaping swales as much as I'd like, or doing as much construction of new surface water channels. But there's quite a lot of work for it still to do, and then get back through the culverts that are blocked again from basically the start of the program. We've been working with some consultants to develop the forward work program for our seal pavement maintenance. So looking forward to our rehabs, our reseals, all of the more complex pieces of work. So we've got a program for the next 10 years. We develop a 10-year program every 3 years and reprioritise roads that haven't deteriorated or roads that have deteriorated faster than we would expect. So we've got some fairly significant pavement failures coming up that we'll be looking to get on top of, and looking to increase the amount of reseals that we're doing from, at the moment, about 30 to 34-ish kilometres to sort of 40. And then that will, after year 3, that will average out our backlog at about 17%, I think.
Thank you, Charlie. You're probably bewildered why you haven't been interrupted, but it's just how we're trying to roll today. But now there's questions. I know Vince has got one going today.
It's good to see the Leader Bridge held up, because that leader, one of the people on it said I've never seen it as high. And there's good one. Yeah. So it's good to see some head walls going on some culverts, quite dangerous, and it's good on you. And, and I'm just going to ask, when's the grader coming to Cheviot?
Through the chair, grader will be in Cheviot. Should be the end of this week.
Yeah, after all the rain, we've had some roads are pretty scared out.
Yeah, through the chair. So I actually took it upon myself to do a network drive over with the contractor last week. Focused on Cheviot, went through Homeview, went through Minor, went through Sinclair. Objective opinion, I didn't think it was that bad. There was isolated sections where, there's some potholing as to be expected after the rain. We've done a little bit extra work around Homeview, down other end from Minor, where there was probably needed a little bit of material. So we organised a little bit of material up there. But one of the graders being off for a few days sort of held back the program, so we got a third one on so he could finish and then catch up and get up to Cheviot. So
it's just while there's moisture in the road, because when the road dried out, it dries out pretty quick, and you lose that, and then you're into dry road and it won't grade as well. At the moment, you've got good conditions.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's why I opted to get a third grader on as opposed to not have one, just so we can keep rolling and wouldn't be so far behind at the end.
Charlie, fantastic.
Yeah, through the chair, Charlie. Over the years, just pushed about relationships and local people doing the jobs and that. how much of it that, you know, I'm hearing from people, you know, I've never seen contractors out working on a Sunday or working on later on a Friday night, like a matinee and get the job done. How much of it is that good relationships with your contractors to getting these rehabs? As you said, you've got more rehabs done this year, more work done. So how much do you put that down to relationships and having local people doing it rather than someone driving from Christchurch that gets here at 9 o'clock and then's sitting on one to go home at 4 to be home by 5 to get the kids in bed by 6? You know, that's reality of life, you know, not.
Through the chair, like, I definitely think there is some value in some of this work being done by local outfits. Some of it isn't being done by local outfits. I think that we probably increased our appetite as a business unit to do more, which means night works, which means working on weekends, which, you know, we've looked to try and skin it differently so have less disruption for the general community where we can. So Rotherham Road South was a very noisy project in terms of people had a lot to say about it. We worked weekends.
I think I had Mari coming first, and then it looks like you're second. Just outranked, I'm sorry. That's all right.
Yes, I
Have you finished off? Have you? Okay, probably a couple of things. I recall, and I guess I'm looking at page 33 in the report around Eagleston Road and the culvert replacement. And I recall a question, I think, that came forward maybe from my left here, from Vince, around the general procedure when we're doing any of that new work, we're upsizing the culvert to meet the demand of potential, you know, future weather events and whatever. Can you confirm that that is a general rule of thumb, or just because I think it's an important feature of how we're managing and building that resilience in our network as well? So can you confirm that or not for me?
So through the chair, so yes, the general rule of thumb is where a culvert is smaller than 500 mil, you upsize to at least a 500 mil. That is not necessarily, it doesn't translate to every culvert that's within a patch of road will get upgraded at any one time, because as much as upsizing is great, you don't necessarily always need to upsize everywhere. So we've taken probably a little bit more of a pragmatic approach to try and stretch the budgets. So where culverts need to be replaced, they will be upsized. But we're not replacing culverts for the sake of replacing culverts. And we will probably be looking to do more catchment surveys and take that sort of, can't remember what the exact terminology is, but there's a hydraulic assessment that you can do based on catchment zones. It's relatively simple, and we're probably going to opt to do more of those as we go on to determine what actual size we might need, because it's all well and good putting a 500 mil in if it's bigger than the 300, but we might actually need a 750, or, you know, which, you know, is a step that we haven't done before. Sorry, yeah.
Oh no, I just want to commend you, Charlie, for taking that approach, because I think that's a really important feature of building the resilience. And I think, you know, just the thinking outside the square of actually how we can get our best, you know, bang for our buck, or getting the best outcome for our communities. I just want to commend you for that. Thank you.
Dan and then Chris.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to supplement what Charlie was talking about earlier to Dave's question, and I do agree wholeheartedly. It is all about relationships, but one of the things that we've been trying to get on top of, and I now feel that we are on top of, is actually knowing more about our network, more about the workload, more about the program than what the contractor does. We've always kind of been led by the all in my time, because of the way that we had the contract set up that was outcomes based. We've now changed that at the will of the council several years ago, and Charlie, with his enthusiasm and energy, is actually now, he knows more about the network and more about what's going on than what they do. So in the years gone by, they'd have said, we'll come back on Monday and finish off. He's saying, no, you need to get it done sooner, because on Monday we're starting the next job, we're starting the next. So he's lined it all up. So there isn't a lot of flexibility in terms of manoeuvring. I mean, we manoeuvre when we have to, but ordinarily it's set up systematically. And that's all largely been done down in the last couple of years to Charlie and Rollins.
So if I can have a quick supplementary to the chair, it's all about doing the work when it's dry, when it's you know, you get 3 times the output if it's in the right weather conditions. And if it's pouring with rain, send them home, save money.
Yeah, Charlie, then I think.
A quick supplementary to that is that, you know, we've got a really good team. The team that's been employed, they've got their own work streams, they care. We, you know, as a team, I think we really care about delivering a good service and looking after our assets on behalf of the community. I think that the team that look after their various portfolios have done an outstanding job of getting to that point. So their success is my success.
Chris.
Through the chair and very quickly, Roading Tech, Saturday morning I had a bad car pull up with cameras and all that up beside my property. He was lost, which I thought was quite ironic.
Record number.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I didn't have my record number, don't worry, I just ordered it before Mara. The question is, are we using these guys to kind of get ahead of ourselves a wee bit? Or are we not using it as an independent? He was very cagey about when I said, you know.
So through the chair, that's probably the mobile mapper that does the seal designs. So
He looked like a disc jockey, not a guy from you.
So they'll collect all the data on textures, roughness, all that for the road to make sure that when we have proposed a seal design for our resurfacing, we're looking at the right design. So it might be a 2-coat, 3-fibre, or a single coat, blah, blah, blah.
Interesting. Thank you. Just curious. Thank you.
Steve and then Tom.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks, Charlie. On the challenges faced in your report here, that your bottom bullet point is the upcoming government policy statement on land transport, etc., etc. Now that may well affect, as you pointed out, your programme activities and your priorities and your funding. Have you got any indicators from your people that you know within this world as to where we could be going with that? And are you then considering some of that crystal ball gazing in your prioritisation and your funding stream? And if so, will you be coming back to council beforehand to sort of lay that all out for us once this is all done?
Through the chair. So the GPS or the policy statement, it signals intent really for the government, which means that it determines where they are going to prioritise funding. So the funding envelope will remain largely the same. The Crown allocation for the National Land Transport Fund is largely the same as it is this year for the next 3. The funding program is looking pretty grim in terms of any improvements. So it's going to be a really heavy focus on maintenance. It's going to be a really heavy focus on doing things cheaper and innovation. What will happen is when the government release their GPS, it will basically just pull in the reins on some funding categories. So after the last GPS, the funding was basically pulled from road safety. So road safety promotion took a massive hit. So I think we got 30 or 27% of what we asked for in terms of road safety. But other areas saw an uplift. So we ended up with an average uplift across the entire suite. I don't think that the strategic direction will change much. I don't think it can from what they've got. And if it does, I don't imagine that we will be massively impacted by it because so much of our spend is unsubsidised anyway. So all we would need to do is shuffle around what our finances look like.
Just supplementary to that, if I may. Now, I've not sat on previous councils and seen how our budgets work across the roading network. But if we are sitting currently at 3% over budget, somebody who runs budget, I think that seems to be quite a reasonable number. I don't know what that is like round the table, but yeah, just to acknowledge that really, that I think that the way that those have been balanced has been pretty good, in my opinion. But I've got nothing to base that on. Other councillors have got more experience than me around the table.
Yeah, it's more of a comment than a question. And thank you for your all your work, Charlie. It's absolutely wonderful. And I was going to use enthusiasm and energy, but Dan nicked in before me and used those 2 words. What I was going to say was that during the big recent rain event and the Woodbank Road Bridge was washed out, and the bridge was repaired within 24 hours. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. But you may not also have noticed, but the Facebook page, the Hannah Springs Facebook page was full of comments, and they were all very, very complimentary of HTC, and I just think that that is worth, we don't often, HTC doesn't often get a lot of public praise, but there was, I think it was 37 positive comments there, so thank you for everything you do. Well done.
Just a couple of things quickly. One, is there any sort of figures on what the recent rain events cost us in the road network?
Through the chair, I've got some numbers. They're pretty loose at the moment because there's still some major repairs to Inland Road that haven't been priced. For contract, out of contract value, I think we're looking at around 70k around the Hamner area. So that's stuff that wasn't, whilst major, not major. We're probably looking at about 60 for Stag and Spey, the initial repair to the bridge approach, and the first dropout, waiting for the design for the second one. So I think if I was gun to my head and give you a number right now, it would be around 400 with some of it not priced. And once it's all priced, I reckon we'll be teetering on a mil.
So is there additional funding we can get for some of that?
So through the chair, I've got a pending emergency works application in already. I've been on a joint drive over with NZTA, highlighted the areas of damage, made some calls around some types of repairs that we would like to employ, and then I've got a report to bring council around some other things that will talk to some of that cost.
So could I just touch on the budget delivery that you put here? As I'm reading it, at the end of the wash up with the 103%, which means we've spent our budget in effect, but we've done that because we didn't spend 1.4 on bridge work. So 2 questions. In effect, we've been 1.4 short to get to our budget. So do we reconcile that against extra funds that we've got during the year? Or does the 1.4, is it still carried over? Because in effect we've spent it. Does it carry over the next year, or do we, does it start to use up the next year's budget?
So through the chair, so that money that's in the bridges and structures account was carried over from 24-25. So that's previously carried over money anyway.
Yeah.
And we'd offset that with the additional money received and the additional spend in other categories. So when we've got an indication that we're not going to spend all of one category where we can and where we're able to within policy, we will look to divert funds to do more of something else. So like 25-26, we did vastly more sealed pavement maintenance stage, maintenance dig outs than we've ever done. We've never done that many maintenance patches during a construction season ever.
Yeah, like just a little bit clarity too on that. As you know, through the year, when the annual plan sets the budget, and then the budget doesn't change. So whilst we secure more money from NZTA, there's not more money that we're taking from the council, so to speak. So that's money that you're seeing as expenditure. So the reflection of the budget at the beginning of the year will probably never match what we're going to end up with, because we are securing money against council's unsubsidised money that it puts in. So that's why it always looks like it doesn't match up line for line, but it's horrifically complex, the roading budget. It's not simple because you've got lots of unsubsidised money, you've got subsidised money, you've got the start of the year, then you've got the end of the year. So you've got Charlie's running about 4 or 5 different budgets trying to keep on top of it all, but it's a testament to him, he's got a grip of it. So yeah, it's never going to match directly. That's the complicated matter here. So I just wanted to put that because it's not straightforward.
Oh no, look, don't get me wrong. I'm quite sure if we gave you a loaf of bread and 2 fish, you'd make it work. Any further questions for Charlie? Thank you very much, Charlie. We go to page 35. Security camera, not the quizzes today, but
it's true. Yeah, no questions. Morning, everyone. Building and property report, starting with building at page 35 for the 25-26 year review. There was $20 million less building work spent in the Huranui over this financial year, mainly due to less housing. So a bit of a quieter year for us. Not, but 99% of the consents we did receive were processed within the 20 working day statutory working day requirement, and 41% were returned around 10 days. But the biggest project we had this year was probably a technological project rather than physical project around getting ready for Datascape going live on the 1st July this year. So that's kept our team pretty busy to prepare for that. On the regulatory side, there's been a lot of government changes around building, as you probably know, including the granny flat exemptions, which required a lot of input from our team due to clarifying what the actual requirements were. And so no problems occurred from that. We also encountered quite a bit of continued non-consented and non-compliant building work, mainly coming in from complaints from neighbours that we're having to deal with. That tends to increase when the exemption requirements increase. You get more people not understanding the small fine print, so it comes across our desk and the other way. And on the health and safety side, we had good near miss reporting. Our team is pretty good at reporting near misses and have achieved a pretty safe year as far as building inspectors are our main risk, and they've got through there pretty well. And we've got our building cadet coming to the end of her diploma the end of this year, so that's something that's needs to be celebrated. On page 36, you can see the year at glance. We spent, there's $82 million worth of building work spent in the Huranui. That was put on the consents, that is. We've got low CSRs received because we still have our duty building officer on duty most of the days, and they handle a lot of the inquiries straight away, so they don't get written down. We had 508 applications for building consents come in, and we issued 514. And yeah, we started our 24-hour consenting system for our simple dwellings, and we had 7 of those through in 25-26, and that's becoming more popular this year. And I'll just skip over to there's a few photos and things that you've already seen throughout the year. But yeah, skipping over to page 39 for the looking ahead. So I'm assuming you've read all the rest of that. We're embedding the Datascape transitioning into that now. We start on the 1st July, and we're starting to get out and running, which is we need to put a bit of more work into there to get it fully running, but it's started at least. And we want to try and reduce the RFI rates as much as we can, because as you can see on the summary there, there's 75% of all consents have RFIs, so that's still a bit of a problem for us. We continue to develop our staff as much as we can, including our new cadet, who will be starting to do more technical work potentially from next year. We want to keep pushing on with the 24-hour scheme, because the clients tend to like the service we provide there. Just this week we had 2 more designers wanting to sign up to that, so that's really good. And yeah, we're still going to be involved with the enforcement decision panel when we have more complex decisions to make around illegal and non-compliant building work. We're going to be part of that panel. That's an overall summary of the building team. I can move on to property if there's no questions.
Mario, Chris.
Not really pertaining to this report, but the issue that was, has it been resolved over people that were applying through the old Simply portal, and when it was coming up saying it actually says no longer doing, have we closed that loop and that problem's gone away now?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we've largely resolved that. Anyone going into our web page wanting to apply for a building consent will be directed to the correct page. Yeah. There was just a few clients that logged directly into the old Simply portal, and there was some pretty inappropriate wording there. So they've deleted it from the pages that I'm aware of. We have, though, still had the odd one complaint since I've done that, saying they've come across it again. So, but I'm struggling to find out where that is. So I think it is largely resolved. Simply the people are trying to remove, they said they removed it. But yeah, I'm 90% sure that it's been fixed.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, thank you.
Chris. Good morning, Chair. Just one, page 39, progress enforcement decision panels consideration, etc. What will be the qualification, the expectation of that panel going forward, the qualification of those on it, and the expectation of it? Do we know that at this point?
Through the chair, it's a fairly new group and it's just made up of the building and compliance managers and our operations chief, Dan, and officers involved with work. So at the moment, it's just those people, and so it's newly set up. There's no rules around qualifications or anything yet. It's just to get a few heads around the table to make it a shared decision rather than a straight officers decision. So that's kind of where it's at the moment. It's a developing type of thing, which in my mind seems to work quite well when you've got a lot of people. It's not just one person making a big decision. It's a shared decision, which I think works quite well at this stage. But there's no criteria around it yet. It's really new.
Yeah, well, Chris and then Steve.
Thanks, Gary. There are a number of questions. Stormwater consents. My understanding is they're now processed under Waipora Taranui Water Services. Is that correct?
For the yes. Yep.
Are they still required to be under the 20 working days?
Yes, they have to provide the information within 20 days. That's part of a PIN. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just under the datascape, will there become an option under that to book online for inspections?
Through the chair, there's no capability for that to happen at this stage. I don't expect that to happen into the near future. So I think that's probably a no at this stage. It was available with Simply through an app that we could have brought that we didn't have, but it's not available through Datascape as far as I know.
Okay. Is there other options for making that service available? You know.
Through the chair, there's probably not a lot of option in the Datascape portal because you really want it to link into the Datascape scheduler and that sort of thing. So unless we paid to have that developed for us, then that would probably be the best scenario to get that to the service. But otherwise, yeah, we'll be taking them as per normal with emails and phone calls. Yeah. So someone would have to ring up like they do and they have been doing for the last 20, 30 years. They just ring up and make a booking or an email. Yeah, but they've never had the opportunity to have an app at this stage. But I do believe there is systems out there, other systems to Datascape that do have that capability. Yeah, but we don't.
And last one, just on RFIs, as you say, it seems to be a scourge on the whole industry nationwide, and I've talked to a number of architects and that lately, and it seems to be a nationwide thing, and they do say Hurunui is not the worst, so it's good. But it does seem to be becoming bigger and bigger issues, and as I say, the number of RFIs being issued seems to be increasing every year. And I mean, I've talked to architects now that say they don't even bother proofreading the designs because the council's going to pick up their many questions anyway. It's not even worth it, which is actually going against what you're trying to achieve by education. And as I don't know what the answer is to how we reduce these RFIs. And as I know it's not just a Hurunui issue, but it's as an industry, I don't know how we address it and go forward. Yeah.
Through the chair, there may be some technology that might be coming out that could help us with pre-vetting a bit more, you know, especially around AI. There's a lot of good stuff coming that could help architects, you know, do a bit of a pre-vet on the technical side as well. So we're definitely looking into that. That could definitely help us get that initial material coming in a bit better shape. Because if the architects are saying that, then yeah, that's a bad road, really. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I think technology might save us, a bit of training for the designers and what we can do too by feeding back to our, so we've got these core designers that are in the 24-hour scheme, so we can start communicating with them more regularly about common issues and that sort of thing. So that could be another way what we could do, but yeah, it's a thing since 1992 really, since the building had come in, and it has got worse, I must admit. Yeah.
Steve and then Chris.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair, thank you, Kerry. I just want to bring you back to page 36, that year at a glance. I just want to ask a question around the 4 missed statutory timeframes. I'm presuming that that's around the 20 working day on the statutory timeframes. Can you tell us why those were missed? Is there some sort of systemic problem there that caused them to be missed? And if so, has that now been rectified? And then what is the outcome of that having been missed?
Through the chair, yeah, these, I can only say these are missed due to human error.
Right.
Not technology or capacity issues. It's just basically someone forgetting to do something, not seeing something, or not replying to someone in time. And as part of that, each one of these, I have to do a full report and work out the issues, what the learnings are from those, make any changes, and find out whether there is outstanding systemic issues or not. But what I've basically found with these 4 things, because we're obviously aiming at 100% of these on time, they are someone not doing something that they should have, or telling someone something, you know. So yeah, I'll put it down to human error, but we are learning on those. And you know, everyone knows our number 1 priority is full consents must be out in 20 days. You know, that's our top priority. But occasionally, yeah, it's a number of things. Could be example, someone's away on sick leave and RFI comes back and no one picks up on it and it goes over by a day. You know, that's kind of the stuff that might happen. I know that means we need to do better monitoring and planning, all that, but that's the kind of things that has happened with those 4.
So just wrap that off as I ask, what's the impact on us then as a result of that? Is there any sort of impact on?
Through the chair, IANZ will pick up that we've got 4 over time, but I think they would consider that well within our acceptable level. You know, yeah, that we wouldn't get a corrective action or anything for that lower number. If we're, you know, in the 5 to 10% over or something like that, then they might start to, you know, see what was, you know, going on, but they would probably accept 4 human errors over 508 consents. Well, they have up to this point, because we've had other years where we've been audited where we've had probably more than that. And as long as we've documented what we've done, what we've learned, and what we've changed, I'm generally pretty happy. I think it's worse when you just ignore them and don't look into them and don't change things.
Perhaps last one from Chris, and then we better let Kira crack on to plan.
Sure, it's a very simple one. Thank you. Through the chair, Kira. The COAs, you know, some of them being over 2 years old, and it's just become non-efficient for us to try and process that and execute. I'm referring to the non-compliance of page 36, your bottom paragraph. Just it's noted in there that some of these have gone over 700 days. Illegal builders towards removal or demolition. And so these are these buildings that are in breach, that are too close to, etc. Okay. So really it's just wasting our money trying to fight this. It's a quicker way for us to deal with it, do you think? Is that the motive for this?
Through the chair, the COAs are obviously for work that doesn't have a consent or should have had one, and we issue a notice to fix saying you should have got a consent. You can either pull it down or get a certificate of acceptance.
Yeah.
So they put in a certificate of acceptance, and then the work standard is well below the minimum. You know, it's the studs are wrong, the roof framing's wrong, but the owners spend all their money and all their time, and they just love it. And it's a very hard thing to get right, you know. And so they just sit there in a stalemate type position.
Yeah.
So we have 90 days to resolve these, for them to resolve it, and then we should refuse them. But you know, there's a lot of them are trying to work on it, having thinking about it, that sort of thing. But yeah, so it just sort of sits there. But what we're trying to do now is we're trying to work out whether we would recommend the issue a COA or not, whether they'd be better to pull it down, because some of them are really bad, and it's just a waste of their time, our time, their money and everything. So we're saying that they've always got the option to apply for a COA. That's lawful, you know, but is it in their best interest to get a COA that we spent 8 hours on and charge them $1,000 and we've refused it because they can't issue it? You've got nothing for their money, you know. It's a terrible situation. Then we issue another notice to fix saying pull it down, you know. So they've got a bill, no COA, and they're still got to pull it down. So it's not easy. That's why I'm kind of always saying get consents, because it's just mess otherwise. Yeah, and it's costs more stress to the owners, more stress for us, and more time and money.
And most of these, sorry, adding to the question, I apologise, Richard. So most of these are sort of things like sheds and just non-living dwellings. And most of them, or some of them, living dwellings.
Through the chair, yeah, these dwellings there, mainly dwellings that have been put into other things like sheds and, you know, a lot of conversions where, you know, they built a hay barn and then they've moved into it, and then the neighbours have complained and it's gone from there. Yeah.
Thank you.
But no, it's not just little garden sheds, it's big stuff too.
As well.
Yeah.
So they're all a breach of 3604.
Just before we go to property,
Oh, yeah.
planning, I just had a question on bottom of 36, the very last paragraph really around some issues we've had going on for 2 years. Is that getting to the sort of the threshold? Is that an ordinary risk now, or is that where are we going with that one?
So that is around the COA's illegal building work as well.
Yeah.
Well, technically we've got a rule there, 90 days was the longest we'll wait for a response for an RFI. So we've got to be a bit firmer on that and not allow this to be 700 days. But what we have found in the past, there's always kind of a reason why we should have a little bit more time. And next thing you know, it's 700 days, or we've forgotten about it for a year. And so, no, we need to be a bit tighter on that, and we're just changing the way we do things, because never, you know, we've spent perhaps 2 days on this and we've got to send them an invoice for nothing, you know, it's never easy. So, no, we need to improve our system and recommendations to the client so that they get a bit value for money if it's possible for demolition of the affected building work.
So that one's in hand at this stage.
I think so. I'd like to think we'd have better numbers for you this time next year. Property, year in review. The property team will be dealing with a long tail of overdue lease and license work. You know, as we know, we've been dealing with this for a number of years now. We are getting to the end of that, but so yeah, it's kind of good to know that we're kind of can see the end at least. There was a backlog way back to 2022 when we had a lot of informal agreements or no agreements at all, handshake type deals. So we're just trying to sort that out. So they're getting to the end of that. As Charlie mentioned too, there was a windstorm that affected properties as well, with a number of fences, roofs and windows that were damaged that needed to be repaired, and some of those photos are on the following pages. We're also getting a lot of our heat pumps that are needing replacement. A lot of our heat pumps went in at the same time, and of course 18 years later they start to pack up and that sort of thing, so we're in for a few bills there. They're all being scheduled on our maintenance plans as well. But yeah, the property team had a good strong result at the end. We had a slight staffing gap at the end with our senior property officer departing in May. But yeah, they're sticking over quite nicely, maintaining all our buildings. Speaking of all our properties, on page 41, we have 453 of them. So we're quite a large landlord, and you can see the breakdown of all the properties there. Mainly local purpose reserves, that's our big suite of property. But we have a lot of other social housing, camping grounds, car parks, depots, etc. that we also look after. But a year in glance on page 41, yeah, 97% of our housing, social housing is full, so they're in good demand, especially in Amberley area. We probably have double the amount of houses in Amberley and we'd still have them full, probably. And so yeah, we had some small cost savings with doing a little bit of work in-house with the in-house people. And we've got continued damage mainly up in Queen Mary, where we've had regular vandalism over the weekends generally. On page 42 and 43, you can see some photos of what the team's done, all the repairs. We did have a few accidents in our social housing with a small fire and some damage to our toilet block and the Huranui River mouth that has now been fixed, as you can see on page 43. Slight roof damage was the Rod and Paul shed on page 44. And also on page 44, we had a small accident where a lady fell into the toilet just next door here, and the lip was slightly too big, so we just ground that down to make it a little bit more accessible. And over to looking ahead on page 46, we've got 9 overdue and expired leases to go. So Linda and the team have almost knocked that over, which is nice to have those all formally done. There's we're looking at some district-wide exterior preventive maintenance contracts coming up this year, and we're looking at them getting a more formal lease and license system rather than having just a spreadsheet with them all on. So we're looking at some systems there that might work for us. And we're doing condition inspections, of course, that are continuously done every year to update what's going on there. And yeah, that's about it. And yeah, this will be my last property report. Glenda's taking over next month, so you'll have a nicer person to present next month. So yeah, so hopefully you hold the questions until next month. But so that's the end of the property report.
Quick questions on property.
Yeah, I just had one, back on page 41, that table at the top that, you know, talks about how many of each thing we've got. I was surprised to see that there's only one stormwater retention area. So the stormwater retention areas in the subdivisions, they're not vested in us?
Some of those are probably reserves and not dedicated. More of a put down in the reserve group rather than the yeah. I think that would be a
So the one that's there, is that Stanton?
Possibly. We'll have to get back to you on that one. Yeah. It'll be one that's not a reserve and not a local purpose or a district-wide reserve. Yeah.
So probably Stanton Road, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I just wondered where they all were.
Kerry, we've got some nice fencing in that there. I presume, do we get contribution from people on the other side in each case?
Through the chair, yes, we do. Yeah. They normally often come to us wanting it done. So yeah, they're wanting half from us rather than the other way around often. So yeah, that we do our bit. They do their bit. Yeah.
Chris.
You're just saying on the social housing, you could fill them sort of twice over.
Yeah.
As I say, social housing as opposed to just being a landlord. Is there quite strict criteria on what requirements people need to make to take those social housing?
Definitely, yeah, there's a set criteria in our policy saying the type of assets you can own, the income you can have, and whether you're local, you know, so there's a whole criteria there. They're designed for people that really need them and not for someone that wants a cheaper rental. So yeah, they are for people that are in definite need, yeah. And
so when you say you can fill them twice over, is that people that fit within that criteria? Or
there's a list there of 34 waiting for Amberley. Yeah, and to be on the list, they sort of have to fit the basic criteria. So yeah, there's a good amount there. The other regions is not so bad, you know, not so long a list, but Amberley, yeah, there's a list.
Chris, just thank you. Through the chair, carrying on with that, Kerry, is the list increasing each year? Is it excrementally increasing?
Well, I can say it's about stable. You know, we had probably a few more a few years ago, but we had a bit of a schedule through there, and some people were no longer needed it, that sort of thing. So, but yeah, generally pretty stable. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kerry.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. Now we can go to page 47. Ask Andrew to come and take us through the regulatory and then the waste recycling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So like others, I'll take the report as read and I'll provide some highlights and then open up for questions. So our year reviewing the compliance team, most of our functions were in the first tranche of things to go into the new operating system in Datascape. So there's it was a fairly heavily discussed in our team and a lot of work into getting things in and working and starting to get it to work for us how it should. We still have some work to do in there to get it just how we want. We had a period where dog control nationally had a lot of attention in the media and politically, and we sort of had that mirrored in our own local area as well, with a run of difficult dog investigations and also some feedback from the public about our dog control service and how they experienced it. So we made some changes in there, including the enforcement decision panel, and we've got the opportunity to do some more in that space as well. We'll talk about it in a bit. We've had this unsettled period of time around alcohol and food regulation, but actually I guess in the bigger picture as an organisation, we're all in this unsettled period of time around regulation and what we'll be doing, and we've contributed some feedback to those reviews, but we don't know what the actual outcome of them is yet, so it's just one of those sort of question marks that's been hovering around about what we will be doing. And just noted that we had at times reasonably tight resourcing with the compliance officer away for an extended period of leave, and during that period we had a long-term dog in the pound as well. We completed all our pool barrier inspections. There's 96 inspections, and there's five notices to fix issued in the end with serious non-compliance stuff. And we hit our target for licensed premises monitoring, which is I think the second, third year in a row we've actually hit it after not getting there for a long time, and it's something that I'm quite I'm proud of us for doing it, and I also think that, I mean, it should, in some ways, it should be a given, because we give out these licenses with conditions, and actually going and monitoring them and making sure they're being complied with is an important part of that. But on the flip side, we didn't do a lot of resource consent monitoring because we spent most of our time responding to customer service requests. So the same argument is that's an area that we need to improve on. We've been working on a transition where planning staff actually do the first bit of monitoring of the consents, and then only escalate the stuff that's not compliant to the team. I think it's covered the main challenges. We've sort of noted new system, the dog control, improving dog control, and the sort of increase in complex compliance jobs such as the illegal building work type ones that we end up working on with the building team, and some of those are in that sort of backlog of COAs that are, you know, that are old, because they end up in a situation where the only option is a demolition, and if the demolish notice is not complied with, then the council has to have a think about, well, then what are we going to do with it then? And to date, we haven't been to court to go and get orders to demolish people's buildings and things like that. It's probably not a space we really want to be in unless we really have to be in. But it does leave you with this unresolved job. Looking ahead, a couple of the things that I've highlighted is that we've obviously had a first round of putting in some improved dog control procedures, and then just in the end of July we've had the updated enforcement guidelines from MCERT, the DIA's dog control functions are now in that ministry. So we've got an opportunity to go and compare the sort of best practice guidelines against our procedures and resources, and see what gaps we might have to fill there. Policy team has been working on a review of the compliance and enforcement policy, so there's a few improvements that we can make around there. We've talk about how we prioritise jobs, how we best use the enforcement decision panel, including like what's the trigger for a decision to go there rather than to its delegated officer. And I think probably part of that is a discussion around how the resourcing and what we focus on, because we know we've got a lot of CSRs, we've got other programs of work like the pole fencing, and we know from public feedback around the likes of the Northern Pegasus Bay bylaw that there's a strong public feedback about, well, the rules are okay, but the enforcement is lacking. So if that is something that falls into our team as well, then that's an opportunity to have a think about how to do that and what our priorities are as an organisation. And then lastly, I've just respond to the final Ministry for Regulation Hospitality review report, whatever that might entail, but I think it's a reasonably fair assumption that that will entail some reasonably big changes to food and alcohol regulation.
Thanks, Andrew. I think I had a question coming from Brett before we go to waste and recycling.
Thank you. Just through the chair, just in particular in the dog incidents, I've had occasion over the last while to have contact from a constituent in relation to a particularly nasty incident that was an ongoing issue. My question relates to the new legislation. Do you expect it will A, make it easier to seize what's considered a dangerous dog, and B, to be able to hold on to that easier than what it currently is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't I don't know, but the indications have been, one of the options is enhancing council's powers in that, in dog control, so I would draw from that that's the line of thinking. Yeah, we don't know yet, I think that's probably the direction. There's so many aspects of dog control that could be looked at that it's hard to ever really consider.
I mean, I understand the fraught nature of it, and I guess being a little bit more involved on the other side, which is a particular person, I can just see the polar opposites of the difficulty that your officers have in dealing with it. And I guess my hope was that it would clarify, but for example, my understanding is that the dog is seized and housed, it can be given back if the owner asks for that dog. So I guess my main thing was, do you think you get more control on that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would hope so, because I think that's one of the documented things that is dissatisfying to one side of the situation. So yes, there are at the moment kind of limited scenarios where you can retain the dog indefinitely or dispose of it. Generally, there's a path to give it back, and there's only one path to not give it back. So yeah, probably, but we don't know what. We don't know what.
I understand. Thank you.
Andrew, the page 50, the third bullet point down, unresolved issues. When we get this type of thing, do we go through our options and effectively end up painted into a corner, or is there still other agencies or family or community, or do we still have anything else available to us there to try and get past these situations?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that in this case it's in like an unoccupied dwelling, so no, it really just falls to our Building Act and our Health Act provisions. Often when we're talking about this kind of scenario, we're talking about someone still living there, and then there's that difficulty because usually that involves coordinating with the health agencies, and health agencies are stretched and have limited resources to deal with things themselves. So
we still get rates and things coming from a property such as that?
Well, the one that we're talking about here, we do, yeah, it's paid and up to date. And I mean, the reality is, if we took a really hard line as a council, we could, give the statutory time periods that we have to give for people, things to get resolved, and then we could throw off to the court and we could ask for a court order to go and rectify that stuff ourselves at our cost. And in theory, you can recover that against the property later. But to this point, that hasn't been an avenue that we've sort of had much appetite to pursue. I would say that through having the decision panel and having these discussions and looking as a step back about what we need to do to progress these things, is we're probably feeling that we can take that sort of action or recommend that sort of action a bit more regularly. But I guess the underpinning thing is, if we can just keep chipping away at it and get the owner to resolve it without a big cost up front for council, then that's always the way we go. And the Building Act's okay, but when we're using the Health Act, it's 1956. So it's the tools in it don't give us sort of readily, easily usable tools to go and use. It's all give someone a notice, they don't comply to it, go to court. Nothing in between.
Yeah.
Through the chair, Andrew. With regards to what you're talking about the sanitary building notice or derelict, damp, mold affected dwelling, if the owner's living in it comfortably, technically comfortably, what legal, even under the Health Act, what legal interest do we have to be able to breach that and force anything?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Taken just as it's written, the Health Act does allow you to issue, I think it's called a cleansing order under the Health Act. It basically says the environment that you're living in is likely injurious to your health and you need to clean it up. But in the real world, what we're normally dealing with in terms of the mess or a hoarding situation is actually a symptom, not the actual cause. And it's not recommended to pull people out of their homes and have them demand that they clean it up. They often can't, so someone else has to fund it. And it doesn't do them mentally any good to be sort of forced out of their homes and have it cleaned up for them. We haven't done it but during the time I've been here, one of my colleagues, Diane, that was here, had one example where that was done, and the health system has to be involved because the person usually goes into respite care of some sort. And there's as it didn't actually, the person come home to a cleaned out house and it didn't do them very well. Mentally, they were distressed by that, and it didn't do them well at all. So it's well documented that these things take a long time to resolve, and they really only resolve if the person wants to make progress on them. And the health system has some powers to forcibly, put people into care, but are very reluctant. The bar is very high. Very high. And essentially their view is if someone has capacity to make the decision to stay there, they generally will be allowed to stay there.
So technically, through the chair, if I'm correct, if we step the Health Act out, because as you know, the bar is extremely high. You've got proven mental incontinence, you've got proven continence, there's a whole list of elements within it. I'm just curious because hoarding is not a breach. It's a personal choice. By the way, I don't like it, but it's fact. I'm just curious as to why we have to focus too much on it other than the obvious, which is it's physically or physical. Visually, it's impairing to the neighbours around it, from which I'm well aware of. We have similar issues in some areas I work in. I'm just curious as to what the actual steps council want to pursue on such a matter, and how much is it going to cost us if we're not going to get a result? That's kind of where I'm going with it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think the test for us will always be, is the situation actually putting someone in danger? So that's where maybe the building, the actual safety of the building. So the one that we've talked about before is an abandoned, as a derelict building basically that no one's living in, but bits are falling off it and going into the neighbour's place, and we were aware that it was being used by other people. So there was danger potentially to the people in the building, from the building, and the council has a responsibility then to do something. And the insanitary part of it was probably a bit more, the insanitary sections of the Building Act are a may. So if the conditions are insanitary, the council may do one of many things. So again, I think it would be if the council now has information that someone is in danger, then probably there's an obligation to act. But that's probably where the sort of bar sits for it, I would say.
It's quite a long boat, Paul. Then supplement one more is then where do we interpret insanitary as a council? How do our officers interpret insanitary?
I think, Mr. Chair, we do have an insanitary building policy. I think beyond that, we just fall back to the words in the Act, and a lot of the time it's that there's damp, there's water ingress such that the building's damp, and usually mould is a side effect of that. Or often one of the big ones is that not an adequate supply of potable water. It's usually one of the things we come across. Okay, if there's not potable water running to the place, then that's not a problem.
Thank you, Andrew. Look, I'm very aware of the time.
Thank you.
Much on that, but Vince had a question.
Andrew, is this problem, do I know where it is? Is it, because I could give you a bit of back.
So you, Mr. Chair, we've got several on the books at any one time. So we've got one abandoned house that's not being lived in, and that's a Southwood local house. And then there's other one. There's one that we're dealing with in New Orleans.
Thank you, Andrew. If we could ask you to go on to your waste and recycling, please.
Thank you. So that sort of big public-facing, big-ticket item for waste and recycling was the rollout of the curbside glass recycling in Amberley. So lots of people involved in that, in terms of getting the publicity out there, getting the bits and bobs ordered, and the contractor obviously doing their work in the background to make sure they could do the collections. I'll jump around a little bit because I want to give you a quick update on it. But of the first week, collected just under 800 kilos of glass, and by the last week of July, it was up to 1,300 kilos of glass. And I don't have any later figures than that, but at that rate, that'd be 67 tonnes a year. And we did 524 tonnes of glass in total for the district. It's going quite well, and the comments that I had from the initial, we did a quick audit to see what the quality of the glass going in the boxes was like, and it was very good. So that's really pleasing as people are putting the right things in the boxes. Also this year, so the new waste contract commenced in November. So that was awarded to the incumbent contractor, but it's a new contract. And one of the quite obvious changes was the new dual collection trucks, the recycling and the waste going into the one truck, which when it's doing glass collection is tied in the glass trailer as well. That was really important because that means we can still do that collection with one pass, and that's been a contributor to keeping that contract cost nearly the same as the old contract. We ran, as we have for many years, with a school education program this year with again good feedback from schools. Supported a garage sale trail, which also got some good public feedback and looked good. And we progressed with closed landfill aftercare. A big work around Waikari in terms of finding out what was actually there and what needs to happen with Waikari, and also some work around assessment of the other 5 consented closed landfills in terms of the capping material that's on them and whether it's suitable. Just going to flip from the summary to the moving forward section actually. So the big challenge that we've talked about a lot is that we've got this rising fuel costs and in waste. That's one of the big cost contributors. So 13,500 litres of fuel that's used to do the waste each month. So that's obviously still monitoring what happens with fuel prices going forward. Then I just noted the several vehicle drive-offs from the Amberley Weighbridge to the barrier arms are now more frequently in use to prevent that, and I think that's probably starting to see a spike in sort of rubbish dumping and illegally again, and it's probably just a sign of sign of the times for people with cost pressures. Yeah, so looking ahead, we've got to keep the momentum going with that glass, the curbside glass. It started really well, so we want to keep it going really well. This year we'll just be working out what needs to happen in terms of closed landfill capping and working sort of a long-term plan for that. As well as we've got a couple of consent applications that we need to make for stormwater at transfer stations, and for Waikari we likely apply for a resource consent to encompass the waste that we now know about there, as well as the existing waste. We will continue we talk about it a bit, the old backloading of trucks that are coming and dropping things off at Cape Valley, and we're able to take advantage of their empty truck back to Christchurch is something we'll continue to do. We've increased our use of that with now going to recycling going to EcoSort by that method to try and save some trips. And we've also got sort of in the long-term plan budget, there's a plan to scope buying additional land to expand the Amberley transfer station, and this year what we need to do is come up with some detailed study about what's actually required to do that, so that we can see if that business case stacks up probably. I think that's all I want to highlight.
Andrew, we've got some questions for Andrew on waste recycling, Pauline.
Yeah, thanks. Really interested in those figures. Oh, sorry, through the chair. Really interested in the figures that you've given for the initial glass collection. I just wonder, how do they compare to what we're collecting at the transfer station? And historically, are we managing more recycling? What are the early signs?
Yeah, I thought you might ask me that, and I tried really hard to get those figures, but I couldn't find them in time. The only one that I've got to hand is that total volume. So yeah, we're also interested in whether we assume we'll see a drop in volume dropped off at the transfer station, but whether they'll be equivalent or not. If I had to put my personal guess on it, I think there's probably been a fair bit of glass going into rubbish bags. contractor says they don't hear them jingling. And so I think we'll see some drop off, but I think when you add them together, we'll be collecting more glass than previously. Just
We'll look forward to seeing
my crystal
those
ball gave me,
figures.
we will, yeah, we will get those figures and put them in front of you.
Yeah, through the chair, I suspect that it might have an impact on our recycling to rubbish ratio moving forward, a positive impact, so that'll be interesting to see.
I have a couple of questions. Little bit of misuse, particularly in Emily Beach. Just for a start, I wondered, Emily Beach Residents Association down there are very active and vocal down there. Are we using them, or can we put something back through them that they perhaps take a wee bit of charge or messaging around that? The other thing was said about Waikato consent. Are we looking at sort of retrofitting consents now that we've found that we're outside the boundaries, and is that off under us, or is that under who put it there?
So I suppose the Emberley Beach litter bins is a conversation we can have because there's conversations ongoing about the camping ground in front, and most of the litter bins there are in the camping ground, so probably a conversation around that and wherever the management of the camping ground ends up. Waikari, yeah, so there kind of ends up being two options for us, and one is to remove the waste that wasn't meant to be there. Not recommended, very expensive, and also because of where it is next to quite steep faces, not recommended from a health and safety point of view. Or given that it is immediately next to a consented landfill, to essentially re-consent the landfill to include that waste. But it will be our cost. We did look at, again, we got advice early days on whether to pursue that litigation route, and the advice was probably spend an awful lot of money and it's very uncertain. And from I guess what we've learned is there's probably not one party to go to look to for that yet anyway. The only maybe saving grace for it that we will is that all of our closed landfill consents expire in 2032, and all of them have to be reconsented. So what will happen with this one most likely is we'll do a consent for the entire site, and that means we won't have to, we'll go for 30 years or whatever you can get for them, and we won't have to reconsent that one in 2032.
Okay, we've got no further questions for Andrew. Thank you for your report. Was that a raised bid? If everyone keeps through still, we'll stop for lunch. We're against the clock now, so I suggest that we're back at 1:10. Okay, welcome back. We'll continue on our meeting. If we go to page 59, welcome Naomi to go through customer services and libraries. Just a wee heads up, working backwards from when we have to be finished at 2:30, and we've got a paper to go through around the tree planting prior to that. So we're only going to have probably about 10 minutes for each of the next 4 reports. So probably if you can think about your questions and keep them short and sweet, we'll be able to do justice to all 4 reports. Naomi, thank you.
So much. So a wonderful year actually for libraries and customer services as we look back over that. There are quite a few highlights, there were quite a few challenges, but it was a great year. If we just start at the bottom of page 59, and I just want to draw attention first of all, you'll see that we retired quite a few of our database subscriptions. That was one of our looking at, I mean, we're always constantly looking at what's coming in, what's relevant. But that was a good cost saving exercise for us too, to go and look at those databases and go, okay, are they still meeting our needs? Let's have a look at what our numbers are and make sure that we're working with those. So we did reallocate that back into other subscriptions. So it's not a complete total saving, but if we look at our year at a glance, there's some wonderful stats there of our compliments versus our complaints. Amazingly so, actually. The number of complaints that we have been receiving, formal complaints, have just gone down. The number of compliments we're receiving is definitely going up, and I think we're capturing a lot of those. A lot of them actually come via this forum here, where you guys are actually putting those compliments that you're hearing out there into us, that we can actually capture them and pass them on to. So appreciate that. Just shy of 20,000 phone calls to the main line in the last 12 months. So that was quite a way up. And then emails as well. So it's also showing like people still want to talk to a real human. I think that's a real important takeaway from that. If we look down at our community events and programs, which is always our highlight of our library year, there was a lot on, and the photos tell the story in those as much as anything else. And I loved right on the very front page, the one where we didn't actually do it within the library system, but we went out to the Balkend Cemetery and took a group out there at a weekend and took them all through the history of what was there and based on the stuff in there. So popular, not what you think of as a normal library type activity, but it relates to the local history side of it that been followed through in our archives and into the family history side that we do with ancestry. If we go down to learning and digital, the biggest takeaway that we had of our exciting thing, there was our device advice has really grown to the point that we're going around all the libraries now. So we go out and it's bookable. So no library misses out. So it's not like Cheviot is going to miss out or Hammond is going to miss out. We're taking this around right throughout. So in a beautiful way. We had our 2 digi coaches, which was the ones paid for by MSD. That was a wonderful initiative from them. Hopefully we'll get some more funding and be able to, or they'll get more funding and be able to continue that. One of our digi coaches is continuing to volunteer with us while they're waiting to get a permanent job, but while they're still doing that, it's a great resource to have. And of course, we've had lots of those programs too with our summer reading and the Canterbury Museum and all those things coming through. Again, beautiful photos, lots of photos telling the story. We'll get onto the truck on the next page. So on page 67, I don't know what the truck has hit or what that is in the bottom of that truck. I never noticed it till it was pointed out before, but I will go and find the larger photo of it. Also look at that. But that was the truck that was parked outside Hemna powering up the village. So it was a planned power outage. The first day we were without power at the library, we knew that we were going to be without power. And that was on the area that goes from the library back into the urban part. And we stayed open on that day. We still ran. Luckily, our contingencies were based on whether it was going to be too cold or if it was going to be, that sort of thing. But it all worked out really well. When we had that parked up, that powers the actual commercial centre. So we were asked if they could put it here. It's like, well, yeah, sure, we'll help. so that was that part. We have also on that power stuff, you'll see the note in there that in Cheviot. So Cheviot ran the generator in conjunction with their civil defence team. So there's the civil defence team work from the library. They come there, they have their meetings in there, and there's a generator at the back, and they come and test that on a regular basis. And when this was known that this planned outage was going to be on, they were like, well, we could combine it into an exercise and run it. And I don't know if you all know, but the public toilets right next to the library also rely on power. It's I'm not sure, Councillor Daly might have a better idea exactly how that works, but they need power to actually run. And the ECAN, so the ECAN actually have a desk in our office at Cheviot, and we've developed a really good working relationship there with Noel. And he had a wee generator, and he's like, well, if we're going to test that one out, we could use this one and we could run the toilets. So the toilets and the library were both running, providing great service for the toilets for the passing traffic coming through, but also it means the library can still run and people can go there when it's cold and everything too. So that was really nice. And I did talk on that one too there about, you remember the crash back in January that in the past that blocked, and so Hamner got a lot of extra people coming in because they couldn't travel through and keep the library open. It was a really appreciated gesture. And some more photos, which probably should have been in the section before. I love the men popped into Cheviot. So if we go down to our challenges, and I think you probably heard this with a lot of other reports, one of our biggest challenges was, of course, the transition with Datascape, particularly for our outlying library service centres that operate sole charge. So when there's changes here, it's like, oh, how do we do this, and why is this not happening, and how do we do this? There's a whole team of people to talk to, work through with that, and IT just sitting there. But when you're out in the service centre by yourself and you've got a customer standing in front of you trying to pay a rates bill or something, it's a lot more challenging. And they really rose to that. Delayed dog registration, so that was the one that was quite a challenge, particularly for a front of house team and those taking the phone calls, as people were like, I want to register my dog, I want to register my dog, and it was like, well, we'd like to take your money, but we just can't yet. And then sometimes we were actually just taking money and putting it against an account, so that once it came through, it was sitting for staffing shortages. We talked a lot about this throughout the year, and it was really from about this time on a year ago, sort of August and September. It's the time people take holidays. So people go away, it's cold, they're away for holidays. Then it leaves the flus and the sicknesses and behind that, the existing staff, and then you get shortages on that part. So we tried to up our casual pool, and we were quite successful in actually recruiting quite a few more casuals. So hopefully, crossed, we were actually through all that. The other part for us, I guess, that was highlighted as we transitioned to the new WSCO. And while you might not think of that as initially an effectiveness team, for our customer services team, it's quite a disruptive period where a new service request system was put on as they moved across, so they weren't planning to continue using the Datascape part with that. So the team are having to then, what are you going to use? How are we going to do this? Does this happen on day one? So there was that sort of element that came into that. And of course, there still has to be an element of using Datascape to get the customer details as well as using the other ones. And what I didn't put on here, but I just heard with Andrew before, which did remind me, was the curbside glass for Amberley. With that rollout, that was based down from the Amberley Library as the collection point, but also here. And we tended to actually bring it more, any phone calls or anybody querying it, we brought them here, so that it was the main central point. So if you came in that last month, you would have seen stacks and stacks of blue bins and records and people coming through to get their bins and get that sorted. But we're through most of it now. As we look ahead, for us, we're continuing to build on Datascape. Even a year on, there are still some areas in that we are still working through, which hopefully you wouldn't notice and our customers don't notice as we just continue to try and have that as a seamless service. Coming up, we've got the advanced voting for the general elections, and most of our libraries will be having that service going on from there. There's a new person that's actually coordinating it this year. That's providing some challenges. Of course, the transition to the WISCO with the KHWS, there are some changes that they're implementing, and every time there's a new implement or something that's happening in there, that's making sure that we're on top of our end for loading new service requests and payments. We're looking towards collaborative services more. We've been trying to work with Kaikoura, with particularly the WISCO and the customer services side with theirs. We'll keep progressing with that. And Mark and I have been in talks with WIMAC with some library stuff as well. We're just pausing at the minute as we wait to see what's happening in that space. But, yeah. And that's also, I guess the other part for us is really front and foremost is AI opportunities and what, where and why and how much. Probably it's my 10 minutes.
Thank you, Diane. Can I kick off with a question? Earlier in our report was noted the Real Me was required for voter enrollment in the upcoming election. Where does that fit in? Presumably, yeah, I just wanted to understand where the Real Me comes in. Is that just if you're not on any roll anywhere and starting fresh? It's not everybody that wants to rock up to vote has to have a Real Me.
No, the enrolment system is still the standard old, fill out a form, send it in, do those sorts of things. But if you're wanting to change your details and you're wanting to do that online, then the first thing you tend to do is log in with your Real Me into an account. As the easiest way to log in, but there are other ways, and maybe I'll just do the post shop. You can change your details for the general role of the post shop still?
No, not anymore.
Okay. Okay. So there we go.
So your digital gurus might get
Yeah.
some calls.
It's going to be an interesting one with the changes this time to not being able to enrol right up until that end. And that's going to really affect people who are just arriving back into New Zealand, or if you turn 18 in that time before, and all these who are suddenly now going to be excluded from voting. So as much as it was trying to stop the didn't get round to it people, it's actually going to also have a real consequence on people who have a genuine right and should be able to vote.
Just Real Me, I use it all the time, so it's not hard. Anywhere in the world you can log into Real Me and do it. So I think, people being offshore at the time, I think will be okay if they're aware of their Real Me application ability. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm really enjoying watching what's happening in the libraries. Brilliant.
Further questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We could ask Joe to join us and take us on page 66 through.
Hello everyone. So just before I launch into the year review, which is really hard to condense into a couple of pages, so I didn't want to lose sight of June, and just wanted to highlight two aspects around that popped up in June. Through the end of the year process, particularly in our road safety spaces, a lot of looking at the 3 years gone and then the next 3 years, what might happen in that space. And Emma has worked really hard to create a breadth of initiatives. In June, Volunteer Canterbury recognised the Community Mentor Programme at its award ceremony in Christchurch, which was really great for one of the mentors, Ken, who's based out in Culverden, to go and receive that award on behalf of the group. But also, and I heard a couple of councillors during this morning mention about how we engage with local contractors in different things. The example was with roading, but actually Emma's just been really fortunate to secure a contractor based in Hamner, Janet from Go Bikes, to deliver some cycle safe initiatives through Leafield and Amberley, which is something that's been on the wish list for a while, and it's really great that that skill set sits within our community and we can pull on that and collaborate, so that's really exciting. I'm not going to talk too much to MTFJ because I reported to Main Council and I reported to Main Council recently, but another statistic which is an unfortunate one during June was a 21% increase in food bank uptake. So that issue is not stabilising, it's continuing to rise. But what's been great this whole year, when I look at the year to date, is that the data collection that the team have been working really hard to capture is helping inform what we do. So the food resilience space, we're starting to build a real picture on that. But moving into page 66 of the report, one of the key projects last year was the Stronger Huranui, which lends really nicely into the new council strategy about enabling communities, because it's about us capturing data and informing what we do and sharing that data with our community so it can support them as well. We had a real success with the age-friendly plan that was adopted by yourselves, and then some traction in that space this year alongside the welcoming communities plan as well. We talk a lot in here around our networks and relationships. I think from the I hope everyone appreciates all the work that Alan, the Emergency Management Office, does working locally with CERT teams and those relationships that sit around the adverse events. But when we start to look at response and recovery as well, our team's connections within and relationships, particularly with agencies, has proved really key. So when we looked at the October Wind event, being able to understand what agencies do, how they operate, makes that response really simple, because we know what each player around the room is, how they work, rather than building those relationships on the spot, trying to understand what agency can do what and how. So I think a real strength that sort of continues to develop is those relationships and networks we have through the CERT teams and through particularly Together Huranui stakeholder, Hui, and all the agencies that sit within that space. Just rolling over the page to page 67, see there's been a slight shift in our team operational structure, but I mean we all work together in the same way. That's just operational change. Really enjoyed looking at the year at a glance when we looked at us, start to compile the statistics for the year to support and run 177 events over a year was really exciting for our team to reflect back on. One every two or 3 days there's an event happening in our community, and that's really I think something we want to celebrate alongside the number of individuals that attend those different events. Probably the Driver Reviver in May that had over 600 people come through the Huranui Bridge space and connect with agencies there and a free coffee. It's just one example to a real local level, those events that are happening in our schools every week through our youth team. Noting on there the number of volunteer hours facilitated, so that's through our driver program, through emergency management, through support on the youth program. Those hours, that's a real significant addition to what we can offer when we lean into and work alongside our volunteers. And the note on there around the external funding supporting the team's delivery, that's a significant amount of funding that's sourced externally that supports the delivery of what we do and how we work alongside community. And without that funding, we would really limit what we do. So we do, although we don't report on cost saving as such across the team, I just wanted to highlight that actually that value add from that additional funding that comes in takes pressure away from our ratepayer contribution. So just wanted to highlight that one there. Flip over the page to 68 and you start to see the year-end pictures. At the top, this year the Youth Council's been really engaged and active, particularly outside of their meetings, in their portfolio space, which I've mentioned in previous updates. But this has led to some really active submissions that they've put forward, and we're currently working on another one around the driver licensing. So really proactive in that space. And that picture on the middle right, just showing what that interaction looks like from the youth space on a day-to-day level in our area schools, and making those connections. Moving to the bottom there, that image around seed, I think we were really fortunate. We've got
secured a second year of funding for that initiative with Snowgrass Charitable Trust. And that's really filling a gap that perhaps due to the changes in the MTFJ contract, if we didn't have that, where would be? Yeah, the same impacts of that. So I really appreciate that ongoing funding support. Turning over the page to 69, the image there highlighting our employer relationships, and then on the right, over 100 people attending a neurodiversity session at Amberley School, and that's responding to the needs that we're hearing through those stakeholder whois through community and being able to then put action in place around that. In images further down, we've got, as I mentioned, the driver reviver, really good uptake there, and then the case study around that wind event, and just want to really emphasise that that work in the emergency management space in terms of preparedness, and then following through into our day-to-day work that happens. Turning over the page onto 70, we've got there the driver session in Waikari that we've reported to previously, but what was really successful about that was the local medical centre advocating and pushing for that that engagement and the funding. Hui, the other picture noted there, delivered directly by our funders, just again reiterating our relationship with our funders and those networks there is able to provide some back with that community. Just moving down that page, a lot of movement in the welcoming community space and in the age-friendly space, and I think what we're seeing and what we've seen this year is those connections through activations, through events, enable us to build those relationships, understand the needs, and then move into responding to that. The notable one would be through Together Hurunui Stakeholder Hui and the age-friendly space, the recent, very recent appointment of a new older person social worker working in partnership with medical centres, and that's just really truly shows the collaboration and the advocating in action. Turning over to page 71, some more images there, some really lovely ones to see in our library space with the age-friendly Scrabble events. But looking at the bottom to what our emerging priorities and challenges this year have been, government changes, often to various different contracts, to our MTFJ contract, to changes in the driver licensing space, mean we're constantly just having to adapt and pivot. The short consultation windows make engagement with community really challenging. But again, with those networks, if we can lean into our connections and networks across the whole of the where council touch points with community, we can hopefully ensure that there's community voice in those consultations. Rising cost of living is notable, but I think also where we've seen changes in the economic environment, with giving the example here around the vineyards, actually what our partners are doing in those spaces, so Rural Support Trust, how they're supporting those community members. There's an upcoming event with Wuli Apiata in September for wine growers, really looking at how they often support parts of communities that are struggling, particularly under the current climate. And then just turning over onto page 72, the seeing the ongoing changes in our demographic with new people moving into the Hurunui, our accommodation is quite appealing to, if you're coming from Christchurch, lower cost of renting and purchasing, but the supports often don't follow with that. Are seen in our schools, in our medical centres, with with changing that demographic. So looking ahead into 2026-27, we absolutely look at how we continue to grow our connections through our youth base, through our interconnected projects with communities and intergenerational opportunities, and how we can maximise our shared spaces like our libraries and offer spaces with agencies that are wanting to meet with our community that come from outside of Hurunui. And then I think for us, we do what we do based on need and data and community voice, but a big challenge for us, and a challenge I pose to yourselves as well, is how we help tell our story, because we tend to do a lot of the do and don't always tell our, the full community on the how and the why and what's led to that. So we're moving in that direction. There's a real emphasis on that continued data collection and how it informs what we do.
Thank you, Jo. Some questions for Jo? I'll stay.
That's good, thorough.
Thank you, Jo. No, I was just looking in the looking ahead, the cross-district collaboration with Kaikoura and the work we're doing there, presume, especially with what's ahead of us. We'll be looking south as well, with the agencies and things that already come from Christchurch, Waimak Bay.
Through the chair, absolutely. I mean, North County, so Waimak, our connections are very strong with the community team there, with social services Waimak, with the agencies from that side, where we've seen a little bit of a gap, particularly in the recent flooding, which was with our north, and our connections with Kaikoura there. So we're just bridging some of those, just wanted to strengthen some of those relationships so that we're ensuring that we're holistic in our approach.
No further questions for Jo? Thank you very, very much, Jo. Appreciate what you know. Now ask Ian. Stuart's jumping the gun, is he?
Penultimate.
Yes, he is. Come and talk to us about page 73, communications.
I wish to relitigate the last 3 to 6 months, as we've been through this before. I just wanted to talk about, there's a lot of activity we've seen here. Some of it's been BAU and some of it's landed on our doorstep with a clunk, which we've had to work through and done so with aplomb. I want to talk about the comms and engagement team. We've delivered all this activity alongside our HDC colleagues and our elected members, and thank you very much for what you've contributed along that. I think to sum up this period of time for our team, it's been about putting processes in place, stuff that works, stuff that delivers, and what we need to do, whether that's core services, communities, or the special projects. We focused on the people and the places they live, the amount of stories we've been able to put out about what folks are doing across the district and what we've been building as well. And something that I'm personally proud of, there's a lot of P's here, is delivering a professional product. Slowly in my time here, I'm looking at 11 months at this point, is upskilling the team and raising our profile and just the quality of what we've been putting out, the consistency. I think that's important for folks out there. So stuff's moving in the right direction. As you see the stories there, antenna was the big work on, which we're pushing ahead. You'll see week on week. We're moving the needle up in the right direction. Heading on to the pictures, you've seen all these before, focusing on community campaigns, local businesses, again, I say antenna, things that Jo talked about, some of these community events, which are particularly important, those local characters who are really making a difference. I must say the Community Service Awards, which were fantastic, we'll be pushing out with weekly stories on those wonderful people who received the awards. Mr. Kelly or Dr. Kelly last week. Working in with our other entities like the libraries, especially on initiatives like DigiCoach, which I think has been a fantastic one. It would be great to see ongoing support for that. That's just a personal bent of mine. Bringing the team together for some of these wonderful days that we've had. I say the Pink Shirt Day, I say Wellness Week as well. There was a lot of organising that went into it, but from stretching through to smoothies, through to that absolutely legendary quiz where some of the teams were robbed. It's helped to bring us together which is really crucial. And then we talk about being able to reflect what's happening in our communities and what people want, being able to support the work. We've talked about the community dashboard, which a lot of work has gone into and will continue to go into for Stronger Huranui. Cost saving is a big one. Sort of work like you own the company, which is what that old adage. I've got to say that the company that we've used primarily for a lot of our AV graphic design stuff, Momac in Rangiora, good relationship. We've managed to get preferential rates from them, which is really, really helpful. We talk about the comms request system. Ongoing, we have little requests. Do you reckon it could do that? You reckon we could do that? We've got a really strong team in IT who've been able to make that sing a little bit better. Again, ongoing relationships and understanding of what the calendar looks like, working in again with libraries to get a more joined up approach to activity that's not only happening at Huranui libraries but across the district. Again, can we all pull in the same direction? Nothing unmanageable in terms of our social media. We've had conversations about that. Sometimes it's best left for people to just get on with it and move on with the next thing. We've had the Amberley Household Glass Recycling Campaign. I go on about this because Ministry for the Environment, a lot of money was put into that, thanks to them. Really top quality product, and that has also enabled. We've got another campaign, small campaign going about the dual collection truck, and how that'll be going around, what has been going around the various wards and parts of the community. Ongoing, and I talk about consistency, our regular report into front of house about stuff that's coming up, so they feel more informed about some of the activities. Again, it's that comms thing. I'm actually joining up with our good friends at YMAC at the end of this week for the first of 3 sessions about internal comms, which I think is a work of, something we will be doing a lot more of. Antenna, I'll be down at the library next month, taking residents through their paces, again trying to explain how the system works a bit better. Here we go. It's been an exciting period of time. I think 26, 27 is going to be huge.
Chris. Through the chair, Ian, nice to see you. I'll touch on a slightly sore point. I do apologise.
Sure.
Over our simplification thing that was forced on us by centralised government, we went to the market over quite an area of expectation and hoping to get some feedback. In some areas, it didn't do too good, did it? So what have we learned from that, and can we progress to kind of get better in that comms field? Did anything occur there, do you feel?
Through the chair, could you be specific on what didn't go well?
Okay, well, let's look at what happened the night that we were all down at the old rugby club, and we had 2 people turn out if I hadn't dragged 4 across from there. So what I'm saying is we didn't do as good as we could have. What have we learned? Because we're probably going to get another curveball thrown at us. You can always put money on it. And what have we learned that we can make sure that we can get better at getting to these people quicker? Challenging as it is.
Indeed, through the chair, forewarned is forearmed. Having as much lead time as possible is always a good thing. Sometimes we are working potentially in the dark. We want, that information so we can get it out as soon as possible. I think it's probably the point Councillor Hislop made about having a better understanding of some of the local channels that we're working with, and knowing when things need to be delivered and when they need to be out. I put a significant amount of work into our publication guide and newsletters, knowing when stuff needs to be in places. I will say in our defence, we worked as fast as we were able to. Short of a phone tree, I know it seems archaic, but
that's how I got the numbers to work out.
Yeah.
I was actually out of the country. I did it all from overseas on the phone.
Yeah. I think knowing those channels, as I said, forewarned, forearmed, happy to look at other ways to get the message out. And I will take personal responsibility and understanding of the district, having a better understanding of how things function, which, as I said, it's always going through that annual cycle. And when you get over that hump, that's September 15 for me, it'll be like, oh, now.
So we did learn something and we've got something to progress with.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cheers. Appreciate you.
Ian, can I ask a question about the work coming out the other side of it? There's a lot of calls and council that are all connected. You touched on the Mill Road, the gathered information and feedback and everything else.
Yep.
So the question's probably not necessarily for you, but it might be for Dan. Is that sort of still coming through in a piece of work, or did that one sort of get a blunt answer, or where's that one sit? Work around Mill Road.
Which bit about Mill Road, sorry?
NZTA. NZTA.
Submission.
Options around Mill Road.
We don't. I personally don't. We gauge public reaction. There was a variety of feelings towards it, and various people, whether they had the full information to hand, were making various suggestions about what they thought should happen, or even further down the road. I don't know what the outcome is of what NZTA has decided.
No, it's general, do I?
Oh, so this has gone back to NZTA.
This was an NZTA, yes.
Proposed. They're leading it. Oh, of course, it's a state over.
So I don't know, I'll be interested though.
Do you have any further questions, for Ian? Oh, thank you very much, Ian. I think you've communicated very well. Now, Terry. You can see you're keen to get to the table where you page 78 for Terry, take us through planning.
Hello, everyone. As a year-end review, all 96 of the consents met the statutory timeframes of 20 working days, which is really good. In terms of duty planner roles, we've kind of been running along those. All the roles and responsibilities have been met. Moving on to the major projects and applications. The Mount Cass wind farm construction has started, as you all know, and that's been ongoing. The Tatara estate was a 42-lot subdivision that has been granted. Engineering works are still being done there. We're still awaiting the 223, 224 application. The Waipara Solar Farm, the note says that a fire assessment's been requested by the commissioners. Just an update there is that they have received that report and it's gone back to the applicant, and there's a right of reply that's expected by the end of August, end of this month. In terms of the Rangiata Downs Solar Farm, the application has been granted. It was granted earlier this month, so that'll be in the next report, which is great. And then, of course, the section 223, 224 is the significance application. There's the Hammer Springs one, which was granted earlier this year. And in summary, it's been an overall a really good year for planning, I think, in terms of getting stuff out the door. And that's the synopsis of the report. Yeah.
I'll start with a question. The solar farm, there's two in play. One of them's now waiting for Commissioner's decision, I presume, at this stage. And I imagine that the second one is waiting to see what happens and see which way they jump. Is there any? It's kind of double doing a wee bit. To me, I know they're all individual jobs and everyone does their own prep. Hardly sort of have a precedent thing, but it just seems to me we've got like two things going through our system, like a truck and trailer. Is there? I don't know. I just wonder whether there's any way where they get together. Or I suppose if we've sorted out some things, how council sees things, that might help the third guy maybe. But I just wondered how that one worked, where you've got two very similar things going through, sort of so close together.
The activities are similar, The activities are similar, but each application is considered on its own merits. And in this particular case, there are two separate applications. Yeah. And whilst the activities would be the same, the applications would be considered separate.
And Mr Chair, the Terry did say when he started, but the Bain Road solar farm has been granted. So it's not on hold, it's not waiting for Waipara Solar Farm, it's been granted. We refer to, might have been the way Terry said it, but we refer to it as Bain Road. I'm not sure who the application is, but that's
John.
so that's been granted.
So is there a shorter process or something? That one's
It was
come from behind and
limited notified.
Right,
Yeah.
right, okay.
Through the chair. John's, sorry, the one at Bain Street is not on the road. You go down Baines and it's down on the low landing flat, so it's not visible from the road. So it's in a different entity on this property. Yeah. The other one is that's presently in dispute, which is before the things, has multiple other issues within the consent.
Yeah.
That's and hasn't been approved.
So the wood bank consent is an issue. It's all the sewer and everything up to being able to handle the 147 extra lots in Hamler, and the Amberley 42 lot is the capacity in our sewers to take all these extra lots.
That would have been assessed with the application, and that would have been assessed as part of the application. And through the Three Waters team, so the answer is yes. Thank you, Judith. Yes.
Any further questions, Terry? Okay. Thank you very much, Terry.
Thank you.
Through that. So now we've got to move and second these reports. So if I could have a move of our reports, Tom, seconder. Rich, all those in favour, aye, against, carried. So now we're going to go to page 81. It hasn't got a cover page. Right, it hasn't got a cover on the website. Oh, Mr. Chair, well, here's your performance measures for June 2026. You can see that the annual reports are in. So some of the ones to the right hand side, such as all the ones that are reported annually, you haven't seen those before. And you'll see that we've got a couple of reds that you haven't previously seen, but these are reported from the resident satisfaction survey, and there's a 1 or 2% respectively deviation or lower than expected. And these are within a degree of accuracy, I suppose. We're reasonably okay with those. If we didn't just have red and green on there, this would probably be somewhere in the middle between red and green, whatever that colour might be. Not necessarily blatant as that, I wouldn't have thought, given the margin of error across these sorts of surveys. And the other two that are on there, knowledge of faults for roads, so it's 99.6, it's almost there, and 99% for building consents, which is what Kerry talked about earlier. The customers, the site plan of the customer, does that correspond with the issues around registration, things like that? Which in turn, I've noticed all the way through all the reports that we've had today, one way or the other, I'll mention Datascape in there somewhere. Can we have where are we sitting with that one now? Is it like 90% hunky-dory, or is it where to go? Where's that one sitting? Because every single report today, one way or the other, has mentioned Datascape. So are we over the hill with that one, I guess?
Well,
we're on to
this performance measures have. There's no. This doesn't report on the performance of the Datascape project at all.
No, what I mean, but I wondered whether that that little decline in the customer satisfaction might have corresponded with a period of time when we were, like, so the dog registration, was a few things were happening at once, and there was just a teething thing whether or not there was any connection there, but.
Mr. Chair, but the ones that in particular that you're talking about, one's about the satisfaction of our halls. So it's the status of our halls, so it's nothing to do with the interaction with any data system. Similarly, the one after is about our toilets. Right. And our public toilets, I mean, I'm happy with 80%, to be honest. I mean, we do receive compliments from up and down the country of people that use our toilets. So to drop by 2%, like I say, given a margin of error across these sorts of surveys, I'm reasonably happy with that. But like I say, this isn't, Datascape has no impact on these numbers.
Yeah, I should read that properly. But that aside, the question on that is that, are we're past our teething and everything else, we're coming out the brighter side of that one now.
I would say so. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't, I mean, everybody knew whenever you change an ERP system, CRM system within a company, there's pain. Because having a normal ERP system is like having a nice pair of comfortable slippers that you just know, but the old one had a whole raft of limitations, weren't allowing us to probably reflect or recognise our true potential. I think that this new system, as people are starting to use it more, they're starting to realise that there are far more opportunities than what we had in the past. We're at the point now when most of the teams are about to start exploring those opportunities, whereas some people are still just being introduced into it. Like Kerry was talking about earlier, Andrew was talking about a couple of months ago, they're just getting on board with it, so they'll go through the same storming before they start norming, and then they'll start probably getting on that exploring bandwagon as well.
David, Pauline.
Just out of interest, I probably should know, what does WIMAC use Datascape?
Yes.
They're just moving on to it, so they've had a far longer program than us to get it to the point that they're ready to start migrating to it, and they're in that process now.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. The boxes across the top that come from customer satisfaction, I know that they come from the biennial resident satisfaction survey, yet we say for most of them that we're reporting annually. So what's the data for an annual report? We're only doing a biannual survey.
Oh, Mr. Chair, it's not, it's a biannual result.
So it should be measured biannually rather than,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're all happy with that. Could I have a mover to accept the performance measures? Yes. Tom? Over. So now we go to page 82. Dan will take us through the discussion paper on the Memorial Oaks. Quite a bit to it, so I think Dan can take us through it, and then we'll give everybody an opportunity to say their piece. I think Murray's sit back.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think everybody's familiar with the sentiment that Richard had earlier today when he presented to you. When I first heard about this initiative, after the fact that it had been planted, I'd already provided guidance a while ago about the process for engaging the council over this. And one thing that he didn't mention, and my report doesn't talk about, is that retrospectively, Richard has now applied for a corridor access request, CAR, and he's done that retrospectively because we always want a record of whoever's done work in our road corridor, so that if something were to happen in the future, we can come back to see what happened, how it might transpire, etc. So he's applied for a retrospective CAR, which the voting team tell me they're not far away from approving. And he's also sent in an application for a licence to occupy, which is another mandatory requirement for anybody that wants to do any kind of permanent or, sorry, temporary or permanent work in the road corridor. So the thing that's holding that up at the moment is something that Richard talked about earlier. I think the Community Trust have got a meeting early next month to talk about actually who might take on ownership of those trees. So whether it be the garden club or the Lions or the Community Trust or whomever, that's the only part of the process that's holding up the licence to occupy. So those are two pieces of information that that I'm here. Now, when I first heard about this, and I had a conversation with Richard, at the forefront of my mind, given we've got an action on our action list that's been on there for a long time about trees being planted over a water main, and within our bylaw is quite clear that talks about trees over a certain height. So if they're full maturity, they can't be planted closer than 4 meters to water network. These oaks will likely get taller than that. But when I started to look into it, started to realise that in actual fact, when you read our bylaw in the true sense, it talks specifically about consumers. So if you're a consumer of water, the inference in the bylaw is that you are the consumer, you have what you can and can't do on our network within your property. Now, in this instance, Richard isn't the consumer and the pipe work isn't on his property, it's in the road corridor. So the bylaw in its true sense does not apply. And what's helpful or not helpful, depending on how you look at it, is if it's written in a bylaw, council doesn't have a decision to revoke a bylaw. So whilst it's your bylaw, you can't then deviate from it. So if you are of a mindset to say, actually, we want the trees to stay there, then it's more helpful that it's not referenced in the bylaw. So this actually becomes a matter of someone having planted trees in the road reserve, which we have custom and practice here is something that we don't generally support. So that's the, I guess, the context of how I've written this report. So I won't go on about the history, but you will see, and Richard didn't talk about it too much, but he's done some investigatory work himself on the existing oaks that are 34 years old. I had a chat with an arborist, and an arborist says the root system from an oak tree is deep seated tap roots, so it goes down rather than out. And Richard's investigation is a good representation of how these new trees will perform. They'll go straight down. They're, the root system itself is very, very small, around that 700 mil depth, which is where the new pipe has been buried to. Had a chat with an arborist. Again, that's all in here, but the arborist talks about, well, root infiltration generally occurs around connection points. And because this is a butt welded, sort of fusion welded pipeline, there's no opportunity for ingress through joints. I've also gone and had a chat with Ben at the water company, and you can see Ben's view in there as well. He understands the importance to the community of this. He's had a read of the arborist's report, and he's also of the mind to say that he doesn't consider it a threat to the pipe. However, he does reserve some to change his mind at a later date if there is some kind of compromise of the water network. The only other thing that I think you probably need to be mindful of is whilst there's an existing well-established memorial oaks, there's also a raft of other trees planted on this road reserve. And one of the things that we're always looking to do is keep our roading network as safe as possible. What planting new trees will do, eventually they'll get big and sturdy, and they just reduce that vehicle runoff. So vehicle run off the road into a safe area, even through a fence, is far better than running into a fully mature tree. But as I say, there's already a raft of trees down that road anyway, so I think that the safety threat is marginal. So that said, Mr. Chair, I don't think I've missed anything out. I've danced around a bit, but I wanted to provide you this information because I knew that Richard was going to come and talk to you today. And you probably would have a range of questions as a result of that. So I wanted to put this information out there. I've said that the information can be received, but it's entirely up to you. You can send me a way to come back with a decision report. You can make a decision today, or you can just accept the information and let the license to occupy process play out, which may result in the voting team bringing a decision paper, or they might assess it themselves and within their delegation accept that the tree be planted. Pauline.
Yeah, thanks for that, through the chair, Dan. That's really helpful, and it was really helpful to hear from Richard this morning. Didn't get a chance to thank him for his input. And I just want to note the significance of the project and to the district as well, as Ben did the Kaikoura Water Services. I guess I have a few questions. So in the report, I guess I'm a little bit concerned that it says that the representative had been advised by council's process to engage with, but proceeded without following that process. So, I mean, what's done is done, but I am concerned about that. I guess my biggest question is around Ben Day as the CE of the Huranui Kaikoura Water Services, and I understand the risk to the pipe being low. I've read all that, but you know, he's stated that he believes that risk is low, but it's very clear in paragraph 12 and also on the first page that there's no acceptance of any liability for future damage or costs associated with the trees. So if we've got that clearly stated by the CE of Wisco, then am I right in assuming that costs, you know, should the what do you call it, the process for getting a right to a license to occupy, should council move forward with approving the license to occupy, and then later there are issues and we know that the risk is low, then am I right in assuming that the cost for the liability associated with damage to the water pipe, or in fact to the road, or anything else for that matter, would fall to council, whatever that entity might be at that point in time?
Well, Mr. Chair, probably what we would do through the licence process is make sure that the licensee is liable for all of that. So it's their trees, and any damage that those trees create will be borne by them.
And so supplementary to that through the chair, what would be the normal timeframe for a licence? Because I'm thinking about these beautiful oak trees that are going to, you know, grow, and they'll be there for, you know, more than 100 years for sure, for us to remember these people.
We can pretty much set up a licence for as long as you like, Mr. Chair. But I mean, they sit on our register, and we've always got visibility of them, so it's not as if they just disappear and we forget about them. But we could set in certain time periods based on the arborist about the growth cycle of them. I think you'll also see that the arborist does talk about wind throw as well, so he also thinks that that's a low threat. I'd pick up one of the points, I can't remember who made it earlier, but about whether or not the trees may damage the road, because these are, in some instances, they'll be closer than the other trees. But given that the taproot system does go deep on oak trees, I don't think that that's actually a problem. So anything that we've been alerted to or alluded to through any of this information, from whether it be from Ben or from the arborist, that we can accommodate that through the licence.
All right, thanks for clarifying that. Just through the chair, one more question. So I heard mention this morning of the self-seeded oak seedlings, so assumedly we're talking about wilding oaks, I guess for want of a better term. That would be potentially anticipated within the license to occupy as well.
Well, Mr. Chair, well, it could be, but as Richard pointed out, Craig, who's in our roading team, that's what Craig does. So there's an aspect of every year, part of the seasonal work he does is go and tidy up wildings. And Craig has already been alerted, notified of them. So Craig said, yeah, we'll go and get them out. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm looking for is that cost falls to council. Should that cost be included under the license to occupy somehow? I guess I'm trying to think forward 100 years, and don't by any means think that I'm against these trees because I think they're beautiful. I'm just thinking, you know, for longevity for moving forward. So at this point, cost falls to council for the wild.
Oh, Mr. Chair, yeah, so it's no more or less than what we do today already. So they're wilding trees and we need to go along and remove them.
And they're not necessarily.
That's
great,
You might just be across purposes with it. Dan's talking about, clearly talking about the existing wildings that are there.
Yes.
Are you talking about ones that may have?
Potential from, you know, how acorns are.
Yeah, so Dan's talking about, there is, in one of the photos you can see there's some scraggy trees. So you're talking about they'll go.
Yeah.
You're talking about.
Yeah, well, I heard them mentioned as oak seedlings, which led me to maybe an incorrect assumption that they potentially seeded from acorns from the original oak trees that have been there for 40 years.
I don't believe, Mr. Chair, that they're just wilding trees that are grown, they're not oaks.
Yeah, cool, thank you. That's just how.
Actually, I could put some clarity, mostly plum and apple, because people eat their apples.
Yeah, throw them out. Yeah.
We've got them all up and down, they pop up all the time, and plums as well.
Yeah, sorry, there was a specific reference this morning to wildling, to oak seedlings.
You don't see any there. Through the chair, I wish to speak in favour of this because not only is it my backyard, but also I know Chris Latimer, he's my arborist. He regularly sends me very painful invoices. And he is a very experienced man and I trust his word. And as I grow oaks, he's informed me they are a taproot and they go a very, very long way. We won't have any swelling or purging or inflammatories on the road because they do not send roots that way at all. And also the other thing about the oak is the first 8 to 10 years, it's lucky it's going to go beyond 12 or 15 feet. It's a very slow grow until it gets its feet in the ground. I know I've got 7 of them, one I put in a few years ago. I've got Turkish and I've got English, and they are both just hit the water recently, you can tell, because they've taken off. I also speak on behalf of because of the relationship it has in our greater community over the Anzacs. And I also will speak on behalf of the people behind it and their extreme responsibility to community and what they do in our community. They are responsible people that are more than happy to look after and maintain. There's a wee hiccup, I wouldn't be surprised, there's a paperwork or misdemeanor on planting them under the realisation that they were allowed or have now been corrected. So I think this is a very easy one to put through. And by the way, as far as traffic leaving the road through, most of that happens down on the corner at a certain deer fence, which we've all seen repeatedly have holes put in it. So I think they're in a good space and I think they're extremely good asset for our community. The other part, as Richard touched on as well, was that the many times I've seen cars parked at the side of the road with mothers, fathers and people standing to look at their, I suppose, in remembrance of their loved ones or their great-greats. It's quite interesting out of the blue. That's all I have to say on the matter, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Dave.
Yeah, no, my question really is, my Google chat GP confirmed the tap roots and they do spread quite a way. So going back, and I'm totally in support of it, so going back to what I originally said before, are we able to, and I know in the past we've done it in vineyards and that, stop the roots spreading? Is there enough room there to go along with a saw or a ripper to cut the roots if they're fibrous and not, big roots actually between the water main So planning at the start, so there's good planning at the start to know where everything is, that they're the water line, no doubt is GPS, we know where the plants are, so you can do it. It's part of it, there's planning at the start to know where the main is, so you can cut the roots, because you know, I do know in Palmerston North and Fitzherbert Avenue, when those big trees, and I was trying to find out what trees they were, caused massive problems to the community and the roads. But I don't think that, I always thought they were oaks, but I still don't know if they are or not. The main concern I've got is we talk about the license to occupy, who's going to be the ownership. When you talk about a conflict of interest, maybe a Lions or the Garden Club, there's no way in hell that the ownership of would want the ownership of the trees if they've got the liability of fixing the water main. That's a bloody lot of firewood we've got to cut, or a lot of, that's just not practical. The liability's got to be with an organisation that can actually afford it, and if it's not going to be voluntary groups like Garden Club and that. I'm not sure, that's just a question I do have, is who's going to have the liabilities in the future when they do need to be pruned, because obviously we're not going to be pruned with a tree trimmer, because that's not going to be doing it. And if I pay them, they need an arborist again to prune it. It might be $7,000, as he said this morning, that the Garden Club may be able to raise, but once they're bigger and it's a $20,000-$30,000 bill. But again, that's a lot of cake stalls or a lot of something can, so that worries me. But so somehow we've got to work around it and just know that it could be the council or someone else's liability, so the licensed to occupy won't be a voluntary organisation.
G'day, Chris.
My concern with it is, I think it's a great idea. My concern is there's a number of places around the district where trees are being planted on roadsides illegally, and it becomes a cost, or trying to get people to remove them is quite an issue. And I'm just thinking more of a consistency. And I guess I'm disappointed that, the process hasn't been followed, because I guess if we've got other people that have planted trees, can come back to us and say, well, these guys didn't follow a process, why should we? How do we get that consistency? And as I say, I think we need a license to occupy or something, so that there's something formal there, basically just so it stops other people trying to copy the same thing. Yeah, that's sort of where more of my concerns are, as opposed to the water line or whatever. And yeah, I don't know where that one goes. Is if it's, and I guess it does concern me if they were told what the process was and they haven't followed it. And I do wonder, just as a general comment, do we need to be actually putting that out there more if people are wanting to plant trees around roadsides or whatever, that they need to communicate with council first?
Steve, for the hand up?
Yeah, whenever.
Because I'd like to hear from everybody.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Look, I think that the concerns and the observations that have been raised are really valid in terms of the questions that have been asked. We're not talking about any trees, and I don't think we're talking about any trees across the district. We're talking about a particular type of tree, which is a particular type of root network. The evidence that we have been provided here, and the example that's been given of the 34-year-old tree and the root system, indicates the spread of a mature, fully mature oak, with the exception of the root system actually thickening out a little bit. So what we have seen is a very good indicator of the spread of that root system, which would sit at 2.5 metres or slightly less away from any pipe work. So while our our bylaws and all the rest of it, which I appreciate are not particularly relevant in this case, give a 4 metre example. This 2.5 metre exploration and the understanding of the oak root system is very comfortable. And I think that's reflected in KHWS's view, Ben Day's, that they're comfortable with it. They wouldn't be comfortable with it if they thought there was going to be any damage to their infrastructure. I can pretty much guarantee that. I also think that the road safety side of it, so from my perspective, we're looking at the water main, whether it's going to have a negative effect on that. KHWS's view is it's very unlikely, but they reserve the right, which is only a prudent thing to do when you're taking over a company with assets, etc. From a road safety side of it, fully understanding the runoff, and it's far better to go through a fence than into an oak tree, absolutely. But there are, as I can see it, there are a number of spaces between the oaks. They're not right bang next to each other, and it certainly looks like there's sufficient vehicular access between those oaks to be able to allow for a runoff. It doesn't affect, from what I can see from the roading team, it doesn't affect visibility along that particular stretch of road. So you're not looking at potential overhang in a way that would form a microclimate, which could negatively affect the road. It may increase the runoff, which again, I think is incredibly negligible, particularly if you were to look at it with the amount of vehicles that run up and down across there. License to occupy, I do think that's a really valid point, and I think that needs to be nutted out and really nailed down so people understand what they're getting into and what the potential costs would be and who could have that. But then you bring it back to the sentiment, what are we actually doing? You're here to honour people of this district, and you're here to remember people of this district. And one of the finest ways to do that is through planting something like an oak tree that is also representative of so many other things outside of just being a tree. So I would concur with Councillor Carthy here, and I appreciate we're not asking for votes of support on this or speaking in favour of it. I think that this has been pretty well thought through. Yes, there's been some errors in the past. We're not talking about widespread different types of trees. We're talking about a particular tree that has a very strong representative, sentimental representation, and that would support the ongoing memorial project. Some observations.
John. Yeah, just a very, very quick one. We've got oak trees on Conical Hill. They're actually planted in the roadway, and they have caused issues. If I look at the photograph on page 96, sorry, 90. And if I look at that middle photograph on the second row of photographs, there is the trees there that appear to be substantially overhanging the highway. And
roadway.
The roadway, yeah, the highway, the roadway, yeah. Bearing in mind the problems we've had in Hanmer with the trees getting in the way of lorries and vehicles, it looks to me as though from that photograph, and it may be the angle and it may be the shade and everything, it looks to me from that photograph as though the highway roadway is actually obstructed. Just an observation.
You need to drive down it, they don't. That's the angle. It might be closest on the canopy, but they're still up quite high, but they don't move.
I think really well articulated by Councillor Hutt. Just from my perspective, I don't have concerns in relation to the response from our Water Services Unit. I think they're simply acknowledging the decision as to whether this happens or not doesn't rest with them, and that's why they've put that in there. I think it's a wonderful memorial. I think the report is very detailed and shows that there's minor issues potentially. So yeah, I don't think I could articulate any more further than that. Just like this, so I would I know it's not what we're looking for tonight, but it's wrong. Thank you.
That's maybe your opinion. Yeah.
I suppose those mature trees haven't caused a problem with the road, so, because I look at the road, poplar trees on the Conway Flat, which will be about the same distance from the road, stuffing the road, they're just heaving it up all the time. I think as long as there's enough room and time that if you might have to do a root cut, would be right. But I'm reading about type of pipe we put in. It doesn't seem you can get intrusion from roots with it because there isn't actually a seal, a joint, but I think it's just a solid. So I don't see a too big a problem as long as it's managed.
Thank you. Yeah, we've all got a good look through it. Where I ended up with, I've highlighted the point on number 16, which I think it sounds to me the council may wish to consider whether any conditions formal approval or process should now be attached to the tree's continued presence in the road reserve, given that the reports are saying, you know, risk involved. One thing that raised in my mind was what would we have done if the trees were there first? The old trees at the top, we had the option of going across and down the other side of the road because it was an option. If these trees had been there first and the old man pines are on the other side, would we have come down the middle of the road? What would we have done? Or would we have just put it where it is now? So there's just different things to look at. The license to occupy, I hear Dave's point that, yeah, who would take responsibility if some major thing? I wonder, you can use words like could and may in some of these things to protect down the track. But my feeling, I too think it's not ideal that it's happened, and I'd be interested to know how we stop this happening again, which may be difficult. But in my mind, it is what it is now, and it's kind of the issue's manoeuvred through a number of obstacles, not going into a bylaw or not this because of different reasons. So it's kind of weaved its way through in my mind. And now it is what it is. And my personal view would be, well, it's there now. I'm comfortable enough where it is. If it needed a root cut in the future, well, that would be that. I'd just like to know that they were going to be maintained and looked after like the other ones. And so, in my mind, it comes down to a license to occupy. So I'd take advice probably from you, Dan, or Hamish, as to is there a way? I get a feeling in the room that we're relatively comfortable with this without putting too much more on it. Is there a way that we can get a decision or an outcome today where we can put this to bed?
Well, I think the decision, Mr. Chair, will sit with the committee, but in terms of the licence to occupy, now our general MO around licence to occupiers is that we don't bind council to any kind of liability. And so we're always looking for, I mean, we have to issue the licence to a person, an entity, a business or something, otherwise it's just not worth the paper it's written on. And they do need to accept liability of the intended and unintended consequences of that activity they want to carry out on the roadside. So if you're of a mind to say, well, we can issue a licence, but there's going to be no liabilities attached to it, then I would question the validity of the licence, because that's what they're all about. That's the purpose of it.
Is there a mechanism, or do you need some kind of a resolution or something from this meeting, or to say going around the bushes with the trees again, and more reports and different groups and all the rest, or is there a way forward that we can nail it today?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think, well, I understand the sentiment of the committee, and we can go and have, as I mentioned earlier, we can go and have a conversation now with, not necessarily with Richard, but whoever the group is that's going to assume responsibility, that's going to own the licence, and have a conversation with them about these liabilities that have been highlighted to us. So Ben's points that he makes and Chris's points that he makes, and the sentiment of our bylaw is still in play. Essentially, we don't want anybody planting anything close to our network because it might damage it. So all of those things combined, we can put those into the licence and then go and have a conversation with the nominated party and say, this is our view. We don't want to bind the council to any long-term cost. What's the best way that we can navigate this?
Vince, that's one thing.
Is it all right to ask someone with a conflict of interest question? Do you think the trust would be able to manage that risk, or would they have the funds, or?
Are you happy for me to answer?
I'm happy for you to answer that.
Look, to be fair, the trust have not considered that as an option. And I think it would be unwise for me to give any sort of a response to positive or negative around that. I think that the trust, we have a meeting, I just had a look on the 6th of September, I think it is. And so it would be wise for the trust, Waikato Community Trust, to have that conversation and consider that in its entirety. I don't know what else.
So does that go back to you having that conversation, or preparing the licence and having that conversation, trust, and seeing where that goes?
Whomever the nominated party is that we need to have a conversation with, whether that's the trust or somebody else, we'll have a conversation, we'll explain all of our concerns, we'll try and make sure that we protect the council and the ratepayers through that licence. And if I don't feel like we're going to get to a satisfactory conclusion, then we may bring a decision paper here. Right? I think that's probably, so if we can get something satisfactory on the table and agreed in the licence, then we'll just move forward, because I understand the sentiment around the table.
Yes.
But if I can't, then I'll bring something back to say, okay, we've got these risks, but they're not willing to accept those risks. What do you want us to do?
Sorry, can I just ask a question that I should have asked this morning? Just because I understand the World War I and I understand the intent of the continuation for World War II. But two questions really. How long have these trees been in the ground? I'm thinking it's a minimal amount of time. Is it 6 weeks or so?
Yeah, very recent.
Yeah, okay. And just my other question, just because I'm just trying to get my head around this. Was there any other location in the Harden Lake Harry area considered? I'm just trying to think. Can I ask?
There is an area.
I mean, I understand the continuity, but I'm just wondering, is there another outcome here that should whoever's going to be responsible for the licence to occupy, if they can't accept the liabilities potentially, is there another potential outcome that continues the project with the significance that it provides?
Their decision, but I have had a look at the area. Potentially there's an area around the corner, but it breaks the continuity. It may be stuck for length, and the gradient of it doesn't give a flat area for mowing underneath and that sort of thing. So, yeah.
I don't think this will give any conflict. But the history around the planting from Mr. Alistair Neal was to plant the oak trees. This was way before the plinth idea was ever considered. But Mr. Alistair Neal's concept was actually to bring the two villages together. There was an avenue between the two villages. So that's the reason why a continuous linear length as opposed to the other. Yeah. Does that make sense? Does that answer?
Yeah, I did know that. I'm just wondering if there was a space that wasn't necessarily continuous because there was a break in time between the wars. I guess I'm just looking for another positive outcome should we not find someone who's willing to take a licence to occupy with the liability.
All right, I'm just aware that we're getting close on the clock, but I think Chris and Dave had and Chris.
Through the chair to Dan, which type, when they PE weld, there's 3 ways they can do it. Which way did they do it? Do you know? Did they hot weld, did they electrofuse, or did they butt weld? There's 3 types. One of them,
I think they're all butt welded.
That was in the report.
Okay, just because an intrafusion is absolutely impregnable. That's the difference, okay.
So just for clarification, we all think it's a total good project, we all think it should happen. Just the liability of it in the future. Are you saying you come back, if an organisation can't accept the liability, the council, can we come back and say, we accept the liability because it's an important, you know, and so can we, instead of having a licence to occupy, it's the council, the council has to have the liability. It's too big a risk. I'm trying to think, is that what you're saying if you come back with a paper? We're not, like the garden club, the Lions, ping pong club or whatever, doesn't want to take on the liability. There's no one else left standing. We want this project to happen. Mind mapping, I'm trying to think, what's the alternative? You come back, could the council accept it? Not have a licence to occupy.
We can't do that. Look, can I quickly ask Chris to get his question in and then respond? Yes.
I think the issue that we're going to encounter now is that we've probably just shown our cards. And if I were any community group that was asked to take on a licence to occupy, I'd probably say no, because the likelihood is the decision is going to go back to council and then council might just accept all of those on our behalf. So that's potentially where we might fall now, but I mean, the report for me points out that actually the risk is like, you know, pipe solid, the existing trees aren't providing any danger. So these are their trees, they've been planted with great intent, but by a community group, and it's their trees and they need to take ownership of those trees. That's my point of view. But you raise it right, if they turn around and say, absolutely not, we're not signing a licence, then I will bring the paper back to the council to decide what happens. Because I don't have that delegation.
Just my fault just on that, you know, to give somebody a licence to occupy, it would have to be for a time frame, I'm assuming. Is it for the life of trees or for 100 years or whatever? And then if that group or whatever took on that licence, folded in that time, then does that fall back to council? Or do we pull the trees out 20 years' time when they can't do it?
I think, Dan, are you happy at this stage? I think there's been a fairly clear sentiment from the group. Are you happy you've got enough to go and take things to the next stage, and perhaps all going well, we get a conclusion on that process, or not going well, then we'll come back again.
Mr. Chair, if I may speak, the PE is generally assessed at being up to 200 times stronger than the pipe it's fusing. That's the but set. The electrolysis is even stronger. The chance of something getting through any of those joints is pretty near zero, unless it's not being done correctly.
Well, I think the only risk that was mentioned was if a tree went over, but because of the taproot and the way the prevailing wind, that's not being put as a high one either. So yeah, I think, Dan, if you're happy at that stage, so leave that one there. If we can go over the page to that sheet. If I could have accept the top. There's clever. Thanks. There we go. That sheet, which is page 91. We've got a situation on each of them, yeah, still work in progress.
Yes, it is, but this one I did have a conversation with Alex yesterday, I can't remember, and he's making some progress on that one actually. So I'm hoping by the next time we sit that that one will be resolved.
Oh, you're talking about item number 1?
The record loader.
two and three are both. Yeah. We're all happy to accept that. I have a. Chris. One's favour.
Just a question on the first one, the ongoing responsibility of the landowner, but I'm hearing that the council actually put the trees in a different spot than they told the landowner. So really, it's not his responsibility, is it? Because he thought there was going to be no trees there. Water line's gone there. So I'm just trying to work out the way it's worded there, because we're pulling the trees out, aren't we? So I just even changing the wording on what was written. What we want is the trees to be gone from on top of the water.
So, Mr. Chair, what happened there was the trees, the pipeline was going on a certain alignment, and the contractor was told it needed to go on that alignment. But the contractor, I can't remember the reason, couldn't go on that alignment, so deviated and went on a different alignment. Not by much, but a different alignment. The landowner was told, but the landowner still planted the trees over the new alignment. The original alignment was convenient to the landowner. I don't think trees would have gone on that area, but they did go over the pipeline.
So I guess if it's off the action sheet next month, we won't have to worry about it. Yeah, so we've got that moved, seconded, all those in favour? That's carried. So with that, I think we can now close the meeting. We've got 15 minutes to get to know the parent and St John's. What is it?